Chapter 984. On Tong Xian Realm, the most common space artifact was a universe bag. Only the leaders of the ancient demon clan had space rings, and those were refined by Great Demon God, using the leftover materials of the soul-suppressing stone, a mere 2 or 3 of them. The value of these 2 or 3 space rings was many times higher than that of a universe bag. However, Yang Kai found that the first person he met in the star territory had a bracelet-shaped space artifact. There was no doubt that the value of this bracelet-shaped space artifact was no less than the rings on the hands of the ancient demon clan's leaders, perhaps even higher. Could it be that in the vast star territory, this type of space artifact was as common as star shuttles? Yang Kai quietly glanced at the little beauty's wrist and found that she wasn't wearing a bracelet, but there was a ring on her index finger that exuded the same energy fluctuations as the bracelet. Sure enough, she also had a space artifact that was more advanced than a universe bag. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that the material of her space artifact wasn't soul-suppressing stone, but rather something else. What are you looking at? Sneaking around like that is really hateful. He saw Yang Kai's eyes darting around and couldn't help but misunderstand, thinking he was up to no good, so she angrily called out to him, "My apologies." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he slowly shook his head. "I really don't know what a star is, nor have I ever heard of it." "Never heard of it?" Even the big beauty showed a look of distrust, a trace of annoyance appearing on her pretty face. "Elder sister, don't talk nonsense with him. He must be from that side, delaying us here. Perhaps our whereabouts have already been exposed. Let's quickly grab his star and leave here. A first-order saint like him isn't our opponent." The big beauty's face showed a look of interest, but she didn't immediately take action, seemingly hesitating. She was obviously not an unreasonable person. "Wait!" Yang Kai raised his hand and shouted, "Shouldn't you explain to me what kind of star it is? I really haven't heard of it." Seeing the serious look on Yang Kai's face, the big beauty couldn't help muttering in her heart. Although Yang Kai's words were too inexplicable, for a person to be able to lie to such an extent was truly incredible. She couldn't feel the slightest flaw in the other party's expression or divine sense fluctuations. "Where are you from?" The great beauty pondered for a moment before asking. "Can I not say?" Yang Kai was here alone? Yang Kai's sexstar territory was here to find a way out of this star territory's territory and Su's Su Yang realm. Compared with the vast star field, Tong Xian realm was too remote, and if it was exposed, it would likely attract the covetous attention of powerful masters, and Yang Kai realm's star, Yang realm star. "I can only say that I came from a small place." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Low-level continent?" The big beauty raised her brow, seemingly somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. "Only people from lower realms didn't know what a star was." "You can say that." Kai Yang followed up with her words. "If it's convenient, can you let me see your star shuttle?" The big beauty asked. "What's wrong with that?" Yang Kai smiled, and under the control of his divine sense, the star shuttle under his feet turned into a blue light and flew directly towards her. Yang Kai stood midair. Although they had only known each other for a short time and hadn't spoken much to each other, Kai Yang felt that they shouldn't be unreasonable people. Otherwise, with their cultivations, if they didn't agree with each other, they would have already started a fight. There was no need for them to be so long-winded. The big beauty raised her hand and took the star shuttle, but the two sisters didn't observe Yang Kai's flight-type artifact, and instead stared at him with wide eyes. Both pairs of beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Yang Kai looked at himself up and down, but couldn't find anything special about him. So he couldn't understand why these two sisters were looking at him like he was a ghost. "Elder sister, this person doesn't have the protection of a star shuttle, nor is he summoning a defensive artifact. How can he withstand the pressure of the star field? Isn't he just a first-order saint?" He whispered, her face filled with shock. He's also not circulating his Saint Chi. The big beauty was also shocked. Is his physique really that strong? Could it be that he's concealing his cultivation and is actually a master above the Saint King realm? He Miao thought of a possibility, her pretty face immediately turning pale. Unlikely, the two sisters whispered, their voices so low that Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, but he couldn't help calling out, "Are you done yet?" The big beauty was startled for a moment before remembering that she was still holding on to Yang Kai's star shuttle. Quickly releasing her divine sense to investigate the inside of the star shuttle, she immediately turned to her younger sister and slowly shook her head, a look of disappointment filling her face. Returning the star shuttle to Yang Kai, the big beauty wore a strange look and asked, "How did you get here without a star shuttle drifting through the asteroid sea?" "I was searching for traces left behind by some creatures and unknowingly arrived here," Yang Kai explained. "You're quite bold." The big beauty couldn't help feeling some admiration. "And your luck is also quite good, actually arriving here with a damaged star shuttle." "A damaged star shuttle?" Yang Kai was stunned. "It's quite easy to use." "How is it damaged?" "You don't know about the existence of a star shuttle, so I can't explain it to you." The big beauty sighed faintly. "Good." Yang Kai didn't force the issue and simply chuckled. "But it seems you're satisfied. Although I didn't help much. Now it's your turn to help me." The big beauty shook her head. "If you want us to show you a way out, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. We can't help you." She seemed to understand what Yang Kai wanted her to help him with. Yang Kai's face sank. "Because we've been lost here for a long time," the big beauty said awkwardly. "That's why we asked you for a star shuttle." "The little beauty," he Meow interjected. "Only with the correct star shuttle would we have a chance to leave here. But the interior of your star shuttle is a complete mess. There's no star shuttle at all." "You're also lost?" Yang Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. He had worked so hard to get here from Tongxian Realm and had finally met two living people. Originally, he had thought his luck was quite good and had even intended to ask around for directions, but it turned out these two were no different from himself. However, listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai was able to summarize some useful information. A star shuttle was probably a map that could guide a cultivator through the star field, and the location of the star shuttle was definitely inside the star shuttle. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that when he was refining his star shuttle, he had indeed seen a vast star field inside it, as if it had been shrunk countless times and had been placed inside. "Yes, we're also lost. Isn't that funny?" The big beauty saw Yang Kai's lips curl up slightly and became angry out of shame. Yang Kai quickly put on a serious expression and asked, "How did you get lost?" "The star shuttle in our star shuttle was damaged, so we couldn't find our way. This is a fatal threat to any cultivator flying through star territory. If the star shuttle had been damaged somewhere else, we might have been able to find our way back, but this place is different." "Why is this place different?" "Looking at your ignorant appearance, it seems you really don't know anything about star territory," the big beauty said impatiently, and didn't intend to explain any further to Yang Kai, simply stretching out her jade white finger and summoning a white ball of light which flew towards Yang Kai like a firefly. "Take a look for yourself. There's some common sense in that ball. I hope you can find a way to survive. Goodbye." Saying so, she activated her star shuttle and flew past Yang Kai. He Meow stood behind her elder sister and made a face at Yang Kai before the two sisters disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't try to stop them. Since the two of them were lost and couldn't find their way, there was no point in him continuing to ask. Pulling the white ball of light the other party had summoned into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai began to carefully investigate it. That ball of light was the other party's spiritual energy and contained some information, but it wasn't much for the current Yang Kai. However, this information was extremely important. The role of the star was just as Yang Kai had guessed. The star was indeed a map used to guide a cultivator through the star field. When a cultivator wanted to fly from one continent to another and travel a long way, they would purchase a star. Each star was different, and was created by a master with a profound cultivation. These purchased stars could be stored in a star shuttle. The cultivator only needed to circulate their spiritual energy to activate the star, and the star shuttle would follow the route drawn on it, safely moving forward while avoiding many potential dangers. There was even no need for the cultivator to change direction. The star shuttle could move forward automatically. The stars inside the star shuttle could be replaced or erased. There were all kinds of benefits. Yang Kai now understood the importance of the star and why the two sisters had asked him for one. However, his star shuttle was something he had obtained by accident and had been left in a star field for an unknown period of time. Even if there was a star inside, it had likely disappeared long ago. The miniature version of the star territory contained inside was also in chaos, so it was impossible to store a new star. That was why the other party had said his star shuttle was damaged. The information transmitted by the beautiful woman, in addition to an explanation of the star and star shuttle, also contained clues about this place. The chaotic abyss, the beautiful star field that Yang Kai couldn't help but want to stay here and cultivate for a while, turned out to be an extremely dangerous place. It was also called the chaotic abyss by the cultivator in the territory of the star field. The huge and beautiful stars surrounding it not only exuded extremely rich spiritual energy, but also distorted and chaotic territory. These countless territories were intertwined together, enough to make anyone who came here lose their sense of direction, forever trapped within the chaotic territory, unable to escape. Chapter 985. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai's face sank. He found that he had unknowingly arrived at a restricted area in star territory. Even Saint King realm masters didn't dare set foot in this place easily. All the correct routes drawn on the star map would avoid this place. The beautiful stars around him flickered with a moving luster, but at the same time, they also contained great danger. The danger here wasn't just the chaotic territory field that could cause one to lose their sense of direction, but also something even more terrifying. The woman didn't tell Yang Kai exactly what this danger was, but Yang Kai knew that it was enough to cause him to lose his life. Yang Kai once again fell into a state of confusion and helplessness, not knowing where to go. After absorbing the information left behind by the other party, Yang Kai stopped in place and pondered for a while before sending out his star shuttle to search for a way out. He didn't want to give up. He had just arrived at this vast star territory and had yet to see the real wonders of this place. As time passed, he decided on a direction and used his power without restraint to fly forward. However, there seemed to be no end to it. No matter how long he flew, he was still surrounded by countless beautiful stars. He even couldn't help but have the illusion that he was circling around a certain position, continuously turning in a large circle. The chaotic territory field affected his grasp of direction and judgment of his position. Often, even when he thought he was heading in the right direction, it was actually useless. The stars twinkled, and the star field was so vast that Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been wandering here. Perhaps it was January or February, perhaps it was a year or so. Yang Kai had no idea how much time had passed. It was so long that Yang Kai's cultivation was steadily increasing, and in this rich world energy environment, he was rapidly breaking through to the second-order saint realm. The speed at which his strength increased was beyond his imagination. Finally, Yang Kai found some comfort and joy in his heart. Secretly, Yang Kai felt that staying here was not as bad as he had imagined. As long as he continued to search, he would eventually find a way out. One day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged atop his star shuttle, allowing it to fly forward while he meditated. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water, and he was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. Since he couldn't find a way out for the time being, he might as well take this opportunity to improve his strength. He believed that even in the entire star territory, such a cultivation environment was extremely rare. As long as they were strong enough, they would be able to break through the restrictions and confusion of this chaotic territory. Two strong divine soul fluctuations and life auras suddenly entered his senses. It was the two sisters he had met before. Yang Kai opened his eyes, and his expression became strange. He never thought that he would actually be able to see them again. They seemed to be unable to find a way out, and were lost in this chaotic abyss. At this moment, they were resting on a huge meteorite. They didn't continue to fly, and let the meteorite take them forward aimlessly. The two of them were the only living beings that Yang Kai had met along the way. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a subtle feeling of sympathy for them. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the asteroid they were on. A moment later, Yang Kai landed on the meteorite and looked around, but didn't find them. Instead, he found the entrance to a cave not far away. What are they doing hiding inside? Yang Kai frowned. Walking straight to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai shouted, "You're inside. Come in and talk." The voice of the two sisters came from inside. They had also judged Yang Kai's identity from the aura he gave off, so they weren't on guard. Yang Kai bent down and entered the cave, going all the way inside. After a few twists and turns, he saw two vague figures sitting cross-legged not far away, snuggling up to each other. At this moment, the mood of the two women didn't seem to be high. Yang Kai faintly felt that the mood of the younger sister named He Miao was very low, as if she was feeling despair because she was lost in this chaotic abyss. "We meet again." The elder sister gently nodded to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai grinned, although this wasn't something to be happy about. "Why are you hiding here? Is there any danger?" "There's no danger, we just don't want to waste our strength and Saint Chi. Haven't you noticed that hiding here doesn't require us to circulate our strength to resist the erosion of the star field?" Hearing her say this, Yang Kai came to his senses and carefully probed himself, quickly discovering that the star field that filled the entire territory of the star field really couldn't penetrate this place, allowing them to relax. "We've run out of Saint crystals and pills, so we can only hide here," He Miao said faintly. This time, she wasn't as mischievous as she had been the last time they met, her expression rather gloomy. "You've run out?" Yang Kai was stunned. "We've been lost here for a long time," the elder sister explained. "If we go out again and can't find a way out, when we run out of strength, all that awaits us is death. You're really pitiful." Yang Kai understood their situation and couldn't help sighing. "What are you gloating about?" He Miao sniffled, her tone somewhat sour. "Am I?" Yang Kai was stunned. "You are. Whatever you say. What are you going to do now? Are you going to keep hiding?" "What else can we do?" The elder sister looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. "We're not like you. Our bodies are so strong that we don't need to circulate our strength to resist the power of the star field." Yang Kai let out a dry laugh, not knowing what to say. In the darkness, He Miao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she said, "And you're not afraid of the erosion of the star field, so you don't need Saint crystals or pills to supplement your strength. Do you have any extra Saint crystals or pills on you? If you do, can you sell them? And lend them to us?" She wore an expectant look, as if she had found new hope, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai. The elder sister was also enlightened by her words, her expression suddenly becoming one of expectation. "I don't have any Saint crystals." Yang Kai shook his head. The two sisters frowned at the same time, secretly cursing Yang Kai for being a stingy man who didn't know how to please a beautiful woman. "But I do have crystal stones and some pills," Yang Kai added. "Crystal stones? Low-grade crystal stones?" The elder sister looked startled. "Crystal stones are fine. It's better than nothing. Then are you willing to lend us some?" He Miao asked pitifully. "It doesn't matter if I share some with you." Yang Kai pondered for a moment. In any case, he didn't need to use crystal stones in the star field, and he could constantly absorb energy from his surroundings to enhance his cultivation. "Great." You're really a good person. He Miao cheered, her face filled with joy. But what can you give me? Yang Kai asked again. He Miao's joy stiffened on her face as the elder sister asked with some vigilance, What do you want? In the darkness, Yang Kai's eyes swept over the two sisters as he pondered. He really didn't know what to ask these two sisters to make up for his losses. Forget it. The elder sister's face suddenly became gloomy and her attitude changed, coldly saying, Just pretend we didn't say anything. We'd rather hide here forever. Smelly man. He Miao also shouted, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely towards Yang Kai, her face filled with vigilance. Be careful, or we sisters will join forces and beat you. They had obviously misunderstood Yang Kai, thinking he wanted to take advantage of their current situation. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled, taking out some crystal stones and pills from the demon mystic tome and placing them in front of them. Consider this alone. He didn't take out too many crystal stones and only took out spirit pills, not even saint pills, even though he had many. After all, he and these two women could only be considered to have met by chance and did not have much of a friendship. If he really took out too many holy pills or spirit stones, it might make them covet it, and the two sisters would really join hands to deal with him. Yang Kai had no choice but to guard against them. Yang Kai's actions stunned the two sisters on the spot, not knowing why he had suddenly become so easy to talk to. The coldness on the elder sister's face showed some signs of melting as she said apologetically, If there is a chance, we will definitely return it 10 times over. Then I wish you good luck. Yang Kai smiled. I have to continue looking for a way out, so I won't disturb you any longer. Saying so, he turned around and walked out of the cave. Just as he was about to leave the cave, the elder sister's voice came from behind. We are from Sword Union. My name is Hizeo, and my sister is Himiao. I'll remember. I hope we meet again. Yang Kai replied. After Yang Kai left, the two sisters, Hizeo and Himiao, glanced at each other, and Himiao said, What a strange person, not even telling us his name. Does he know any etiquette? At least he's not a bad person. Hizeo looked at the crystal stones and spirit pills in front of her with a faint gratefulness on her face. He really came from a very remote place. These crystal stones and spirit pills are of such poor quality that they can't provide much strength. Himiao pursed her lips and commented on the things Yang Kai left behind. Be content. With these things, we can explore this place for at least another 1 or 2 months without worrying about exhausting our strength. Although our chances are slim, we can't give up. Master may already be looking for us. If she can bring some reinforcements here, we may not necessarily die here. Elder sister, I miss Master so much. I'll never come to this damned place again. If we hadn't been pursued by Purple Star this time, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation, let alone come so deep into the chaotic abyss. Will Purple Star's people chase after us? They definitely won't let us go. It's possible. After all, that thing is still in our hands. Damn it, I don't know how this information was leaked. There must be a mole in the Union. Himiao said decisively. Let's not worry about that for now. In the current situation, our survival is more important, the two sisters said as they carefully put away the crystal stones and spirit pills. These low-level materials, which they had never cared about before, had now become their last hope, so they didn't dare not cherish them. After recovering for a while inside the cave, the two sisters walked out of the cave and headed in a completely different direction from Kaiyang, looking for a small chance of survival and a way out. Chapter 986. Inside the star field, Yang Kai was still wandering about. He had been separated from the Hizeo and Himiao sisters for some time now, but he hadn't made any progress and hadn't been lucky enough to run into them again. On this day, just as he was looking around, 3 auras suddenly approached him from behind. These auras were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. As these auras spread out, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if his skin was being pricked by needles, causing him to pale slightly. It wasn't Hizeo or Himiao, because there were 3 people approaching him, and from their auras, Yang Kai could tell they were all third-order saints. Their auras made Yang Kai very unhappy, and he also felt a sense of danger. It was as if they weren't three people, but three bloodthirsty, vicious beasts. Should I avoid them or wait? These two contradictory thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind, but he immediately stopped and waited quietly. These three people had obviously discovered him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed straight towards him. If he tried to avoid them at this time, it would only arouse their desire to chase after him. Yang Kai wasn't sure if his star shuttle would be able to shake them off with its speed. The most important thing was that he had finally encountered a second group of people, so perhaps there was a chance he could find a way out. If he could obtain a copy of their star fragments, that would be even better. Hizeo had said that as long as he obtained a copy of their star fragment, there would be a chance to leave this chaotic abyss. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. With three third-order saints, Yang Kai estimated that even if they really fought with his current strength, if he went all out, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed. As such, he had nothing to fear. Three blue lights flew through the star field, dragging long streaks of light behind them as they approached Yang Kai. A moment later, the blue lights stopped in front of Yang Kai, and three figures appeared. Each of these three people had their own star shuttle, unlike Hizeo and He Miao, who shared a single star shuttle. It was obvious that these three had strong financial resources. Two men and one woman. One of the men was extremely burly and had a dignified demeanor. The other man was thin and had a cynical smile on his face. He was playing with a silver dagger in his hand. From time to time, a cold light bloomed in his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai with ill intentions. As for the woman, she had an enchanting figure and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes. She looked up and down at Yang Kai with great interest, and after a while, a look of interest appeared on her face. As soon as they appeared, Yang Kai knew that his worries had come true. Not everyone was as easy to talk to as Hizeo and He Miao. These three people didn't look like good people at first glance. If things didn't go well, they might really cause some trouble later. Kid, where did you come from? The burly man coldly stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. There was a majesty that couldn't be ignored, as if he didn't care about Yang Kai at all and could control his life and death at will. I came from a low-level world. Yang Kai carefully chose his words and said cautiously, I've been lost here for a long time and haven't been able to find a way out. If it's convenient, can you lend me your star shuttle so I can make a copy of it? This was what Hizeo had said to him before. Although he didn't know how to make a copy of a star shuttle, as long as he could obtain the other party's star shuttle, he should be able to figure it out. Make a copy of a star? The man sneered, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a playful look on his face. Sure, but you have to answer one of my questions honestly. What? Yang Kai didn't show the slightest joy because he didn't think the other party would be as easy to talk to as they seemed. When the man agreed, the other thin man stuck out his tongue and licked the dagger in his hand, looking like he was about to start a slaughter. Yang Kai estimated that as soon as he finished answering the question, the thin man would immediately make his move. The other party had no intention of letting him make a copy of a star shuttle. You said you've been lost here for a long time? Then, have you seen the two girls? And they should be wearing white clothes with a sword-shaped symbol embroidered on their chests. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly understanding that this man was asking about Hizeo and He Miao. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind as he recalled that when he first met the two sisters, He Miao had once said something unexpected, that they seemed to be being chased by some people. Was it these three people in front of him who were chasing them? Yang Kai's contemplation revealed some flaws, and the burly man's eyes lit up as he took a step forward and shouted, You've seen them, haven't you? Why are you looking for them? Yang Kai didn't answer, and instead asked, Boy, this isn't something you should inquire about. Just answer the question, and you'll benefit from it. Of course, if you don't want to answer, I don't mind making you cooperate, The thin man smiled wickedly as he stared at Yang Kai like a poisonous snake. At this point, there was no point in denying it. So Yang Kai simply nodded. Yes, I've seen them. When did you see them? And where are they now? The burly man anxiously asked, as if he Zao and he Meow were very important to them. I don't know the exact time, but about a month ago they landed on a meteorite, and I asked them for directions, Yang Kai said honestly. A month ago? What kind of meteorite was it? Where was it? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I can't remember. Incompetent! The burly man shouted angrily, clearly a little flustered and exasperated. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. Lu Shan, why are you angry with him? The enchanting woman giggled, and she was extremely flirtatious as she twisted her plump buttocks, causing circles of soul-stealing ripples to sway out. He's just a little fellow that's lost here. What would he know? However, at the very least, we can be certain that those two little sluts are here. Saying so, she turned a gentle look towards Yang Kai and said softly, Little boy, don't be afraid. Elder sister wants to ask you, are those two also lost? This voice was like an invisible hand that reached into Yang Kai's heart, plucking at his heartstrings, causing his blood to boil and a primal feeling to surge from the depths of his heart. A seductive technique. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help shivering, but he still put on a look of seduction and said, Yes, they are indeed lost. I heard them say that the star in their star shuttle was damaged. Yang Kai's performance made the beautiful woman quite satisfied, and she shot a triumphant glance towards the burly man named Lu Shan. But the burly man seemed to despise the beautiful woman's methods, and his gaze towards Yang Kai became more and more unfriendly, thinking that this little brat was a pervert who couldn't resist the temptation of her beauty. Ha ha, it's good that they're lost. The thin man laughed. Kill him, since he doesn't know the whereabouts of those two little sluts. There's no point in keeping him alive. Lu Shan waved his hand impatiently. A cold aura suddenly erupted from the thin man's body, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai. What's the hurry? The beautiful woman quickly tried to stop him. What do you want him for? Don't forget, we still have a mission to complete. As long as we complete this mission, you can have as many men as you want, Lu Shan said calmly. Then what if I want you? The beautiful woman winked at Lu Shan. Forget it. I don't want to have anything to do with you. I want to live a few more years. Lu Shan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest bit of interest. Then don't kill him. A Saint Realm boy isn't something you can casually obtain. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to just kill him? The beautiful woman's face hardened. Besides, we've already obtained some important information. Shouldn't we hurry back and report it? Do you still want to continue exploring? In this vast star territory, how could it be easy to find two people? Lu Shan hesitated for a long time before finally saying, Forget it. We'll do as you wish. We really should go back and report this. He seemed unwilling to annoy the beautiful woman and finally compromised. Young man, come to Elder Sister. Elder Sister will protect you. With me here, no one will hurt you. The beautiful woman enthusiastically beckoned to Yang Kai. Thank you. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can cooperate with you. In fact, I have some grudges with those two sluts. Oh, what kind of grudges? The beautiful woman looked at him curiously. Even Lu Shan and the thin man were puzzled. They ran out of Saint crystals and pills, so they took them all from me, Yang Kai said angrily. The beautiful woman couldn't help covering her mouth. Lu Shan and the thin man also quickly swept Yang Kai with their divine senses and found that he really didn't have any space artifact on him, so they immediately believed him. They all knew what kind of cultivation he Zao and he Meow had, so Yang Kai, a first-order saint, naturally wasn't their opponent. As such, Yang Kai's story didn't seem to have any flaws. When we find them, they'll be at your disposal. The beautiful woman held onto Yang Kai's arm and breathed into his ear. Her full breasts were squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's elbow, and her tender body constantly drew closer to Yang Kai's side. Burning hot. Really? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, a lecherous expression appearing on his face. Really, when the time comes, we'll torture them together. The beautiful woman nodded with a smile. I like doing this kind of thing the most. The thin man gloated from the side. Of course, the premise is that you have to survive until then. Boy, if I were you, I would choose to be killed now rather than go back with her. Lu Sha, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. The beautiful woman glared at the thin man fiercely. Lu Sha shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. Is it dangerous to go back with you? Yang Kai turned to look at the beautiful woman, a look of disdain on his face, as if he didn't know how to write the word death, even elbowing the other party's plump breasts as he spoke. At such a close distance, as long as he used his full strength, this beautiful woman would have no hope of surviving, but he didn't act rashly. He felt that although these three people weren't good people, at least following them should allow him to leave the chaotic abyss. This was what Yang Kai wanted the most right now, so he decided to bide his time. How could that be? The beautiful woman giggled. Not only will there be no danger, elder sister will also give you an unforgettable experience. Then I'll wait and see. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 987. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of grievances these three had with the Hizeo and He Miao sisters, but from their conversation, he could infer that they were also quite wary of the hidden dangers of this chaotic abyss. So after obtaining some reliable information, they couldn't wait to return and report it to their superiors, so they could leave this place, no matter where they returned to, as long as he followed them. Yang Kai felt that he could leave this restricted area in Star Territory that had troubled him for so long. After leaving this place, all he had to do was find a suitable opportunity to get rid of these three. Yang Kai's performance along the way was very cooperative and taciturn, causing the three of them to gradually relax their vigilance towards him. A first-order saint, the three of them really didn't care much about him. Their words inadvertently revealed some information, allowing Yang Kai to learn that they belonged to a force called Purple Star. The burly man was called Lu Shan, the thin man like a viper was called Lu Sha, and the beautiful woman was called Bai Ya. The star shuttles of these three were of a higher grade than those of Yang Kai's, allowing them to fly much faster through Starfield. Perceiving this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced, thinking that he had made the right choice not to immediately avoid them when he first detected their auras, because even if he had tried to avoid them at that time, he likely wouldn't have been able to escape their pursuit. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally couldn't help asking the beautiful woman, "Where are we going now?" "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough," Bai Ya giggled, not answering Yang Kai's question. Lu Sha glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. "Look, we're almost there." Bai Ya suddenly pointed to the front, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. Looking in the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he almost exclaimed. Somewhere in the dark and cold star field, a giant beast-like figure was rapidly approaching. This figure was at least 1,000 meters long, giving it a majestic appearance. Although its figure was large, its movements were silent and extremely fast. When they saw this huge figure, Lu Shan, Lu Sha, and Bai Ya couldn't help showing a relaxed look as if they had just returned home. They had been on tenterhooks all this time in the chaotic abyss. A vicious beast. Yang Kai frowned and muttered, releasing his divine sense at the same time, but quickly discovered that this giant figure didn't have the slightest vitality and instead exuded energy fluctuations like an artifact. A vicious beast. Bai Ya glanced at Yang Kai in surprise before she giggled. "Yang, you're so cute. How could that be a vicious beast?" "That's my Purple Star's Saint Starships." "Starship?" S's. SS des Kuts. T's of the star of a star. If Lu Shan looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then slowly shook his head and sneered disdainfully. Yang Kai's words immediately exposed that he really came from a low-level world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have never seen such a large artifact like a starship. When Yang Kai had answered him like this before, Lu Shan hadn't tried to get to the bottom of it because he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai alive. Now, Lu Shan was certain that this idiot really came from a low-level world. As the distance closed, Yang Kai finally saw what he had mistaken for a vicious beast. It was a bronze ship that was 1,000 feet long. It was somewhat similar to the tattered ship that was sealed under Mo. Du, however. This ship was a little bigger than the one under Mo. Du. Did the bone race arrive in Tong Xian realm thousands of years ago on this kind of thing? Yang Kai was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. He suddenly realized that his plan was probably going to fail. He had thought that these three people would use their star shuttles to leave the chaotic abyss, so he had cooperated and waited for an opportunity to find a way out. But now, facing such a huge bronze ship, Yang Kai discovered just how small he was. If he really entered this bronze ship with them, he would definitely become a turtle in a jar. Inside, there would undoubtedly be a Saint King Realm Master. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about how to escape, Lu Shan suddenly took out a palm-sized compass-like artifact from his sleeve. This compass-like artifact flashed with a faint light as Yang Kai released his divine sense and penetrated it, seemingly beginning to communicate with someone. A moment later, Yang Kai put away this artifact again, and with a bang, the bottom of the bronze ship cracked open. "Let's go!" Lu Shan waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards the crack, Lu Sha and Baya following closely behind. In a flash, the three of them took Yang Kai into the crack and arrived inside the ship. After the three of them set foot on the bronze ship, the crack closed automatically. Yang Kai was dazzled by this sight, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a prosperous city. However, the bitterness in his heart was unbearable because the moment he set foot on this ship, he felt extremely powerful life auras and life auras from all directions. Most of these auras belonged to Saint Realm Masters, and 2 or 3 of them were even stronger, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate uneasily, making him feel like he was powerless to resist. It was as if this aura alone was enough to destroy his will. Saint King Realm. There really was a Saint King Realm Master inside this bronze ship. Lu Shan, you've come back too late. A third-order Saint Realm Master walked over and shouted. We took a bit of a detour, but we did manage to obtain some information. Oh, the man frowned. What information? Those 2 little sluts really did come to the chaotic abyss, and their star shuttles were damaged in the previous battle, so they are now lost here. Where did you get this information from? How reliable is it? A light flashed across the man's eyes. This little brat told us that he encountered those 2 sisters and had all the crystal stones and pills on him snatched away. So I estimate those 2 sluts won't be able to last much longer. Lu Shan pointed to Yang Kai. Only then did the man notice the existence of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him before nodding indifferently. That's good. As long as they are still in the chaotic abyss, they won't be able to escape from our grasp. We need to report this news to Master quickly and see what he decides. I'm just about to go. Do you want to come with me? Lu Shan asked. Then let's go together. Saying so, the 2 walked side by side towards the depths of the ship. This lady won't be going. I'll take him back to rest first. Baya smiled lightly before grabbing Yang Kai's arm and walking in a different direction. Lu Shan frowned unhappily but didn't stop her, instead just reminding her, don't go too crazy. I know what I'm doing. Baya smiled tenderly, following Baya all the way through the ship's hold. Yang Kai saw that she was very familiar with the interior structure of the ship. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators, none of whom had a cultivation below the transcendent realm, all of them Saint Realm. However, when these people saw Baya, they all avoided her in fear. as if they were avoiding a poisonous scorpion. Only after Baya had gone far away did they relax. When they looked at Yang Kai, who was being held by Baya, a look of sympathy appeared on each of their faces, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. He could almost predict what this beautiful woman was going to do with him. And from the looks of these cultivators, he could infer that if she really did something to him, his end would likely be very miserable. Cheap slut, Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, constantly observing the route they had taken, deeply imprinting it in his mind in an attempt to find a way out. After a while, Baya brought Yang Kai to a certain room. Opening the door, Baya beckoned to Yang Kai. "Come in." Yang Kai walked in meekly and glanced around, quickly discovering that this should be Baya's residence. The whole room was filled with a faint fragrance, not too strong, but just right. The room was decorated with pink hues, making it look very warm and comfortable, causing anyone who entered to feel a sense of warmth and relaxation, letting down their guard. Inside the room, there was a small incense burner. He didn't know what kind of incense it was, but when Kai Yang took a whiff of it, his body involuntarily had some subtle reactions. His blood began to flow faster, and deep within his heart, his instincts began to awaken. Yang Kai's clear eyes were covered with a faint layer of red light. There seemed to be a soft whisper in his ears, one that seemed to steal his soul, causing his breathing to become heavy. At some point, Baya had arrived in front of Yang Kai, her pair of peach blossom eyes glowing with a strange light, her jade white hands stroking Yang Kai's chest, her face flushed red, making her look even more alluring. She looked at Kai Yang with satisfaction, her fiery hot, tender body taking the initiative to press her full breasts against Kai Yang's sturdy chest. Her ruby red eyes wriggled, and a burst of suppressed moans came from her throat. She gently pushed Yang Kai towards the bed. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's breathing was heavy as he stared at her, like a virgin. Baya seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. That kind of expression that was filled with conflict was always one of her favorite things to see. She often destroyed the rationality of men, turning them into wild beasts, deriving great satisfaction from it. Baya approached Yang Kai step by step, forcing him to continuously retreat, her breath fragrant as she said, "This is elder sister's room. No one will come in. You can do whatever you want." Her breathing also became heavy, her tender body constantly twisting, the two protrusions on her chest becoming stiff as they rubbed against Yang Kai's chest, bringing about a burst of indescribable pleasure. At this moment, Baya seemed to have transformed into a dissatisfied woman. Kai Yang fell onto the fragrant bed, and she took the initiative to mount him. Without any trace of politeness, she began to undress Kai Yang. Kai Yang continuously swallowed his saliva, as if he had already fallen into her gentle embrace. Without any hesitation, he took the initiative to stretch out his two big hands and grab Fong Ting. Chapter 988. Baya's tender body suddenly tensed up, and she let out a soft moan before glaring at Yang Kai and whispering, "Be gentle, you're going to break me, slut." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement in the depths of his heart, especially when he saw the two peaks in his hands. Their amazing elasticity almost made him lose his ability to think, and the heat radiating from his palms was enough to destroy his psychological defenses. Baya seemed to be in a state of lust, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that the flow of power in her body had become strange. Her entire temperament was also changing without a trace, making her look even more charming and delicious. Any man who was ridden by her would not be able to resist her temptation. This beautiful woman was like a ripe peach, her exposed skin glowing with a strange red light, as if no matter which part of her body it was possible to squeeze out a handful of water. Such a woman had a fatal attraction to all men. Yang Kai's eyes became red, as his pupils dilated. Unable to control his body and mind, his two big hands mechanically kneading her peaks, it was as if he had lost his mind. After quietly observing for a while, Baya's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a smug look. She knew that the man beneath her had been completely conquered by her, and now she could do whatever she wanted to him. She had captured countless men, and as she entangled herself with them, she could absorb all of their blood essence and use it to enhance her own strength. The men she had played with would often become dried corpses and be discarded at will. Although she had played with many men, a Saint Realm cultivator was still very difficult to obtain. After cultivating to such a degree, they generally wouldn't just sit still and allow her to do as she pleased. As such, she was very fond of people like Yang Kai, especially this young man with a strong and handsome physique which was more to her liking. After confirming that Yang Kai had fallen, Baya grinned and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth where saliva seemed to be leaking out. She unbuttoned her clothes, exposing her snow-white, jade-like breasts to the air. Her jade-like hands reached out and grasped Yang Kai's erection. With a soft sigh, Baya's beautiful eyes rippled as she muttered to herself, "Quite the capital." She was secretly delighted. She slightly raised her body and prepared to sit down. A strand of sparkling and translucent viscous liquid flowed out from between her legs and slid down her slender legs. Right at this moment, her movements paused, and her eyebrows knitted into a line. A trace of anger and dissatisfaction surged out of her pretty face as she turned her head to look outside the room. The moment she shifted her gaze, Yang Kai's already relaxed pupils contracted slightly, and the power that he had secretly gathered quietly dispersed. A series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside the door. Immediately, the door was pushed open and Lu Shan and Lu Sha appeared at the door. The two of them just stared at Baya and Yang Kai, who were still in an ambiguous position on the bed, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding them. Lu Sha even whistled frivolously, his eyes constantly roaming over Baya's body. "It's time to go," Lu Shan said lightly. "Really?" Baya's expression became bitter. "Didn't we just come back?" "This is Master's order. If you have any complaints, just go to him," Lu Shan replied indifferently. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Saying so, he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't pay any attention to Baya, as if her perfect and seductive body was not attractive to him at all. Baya stared down at Yang Kai, who was lying below her and had already lost all strength to resist, clenching her teeth, feeling a little reluctant and annoyed. After a moment, she turned her head and glared at Lu Sha. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Lu Sha grinned and shouted, "Why didn't you say that to Lu Shan? He also saw it." "He didn't get aroused, but you did. You cheap man. Get out." Baya waved her hand, and the door was closed. Outside the door, Lu Sha pinched his nose and muttered discontentedly, "It's not like I haven't seen it before. Really making a big fuss out of nothing." Saying so, he laughed loudly, but being interrupted at such a critical moment, anyone would be angry. "Lu Shan, you did a good job." "I was just following Master's orders," Lu Shan coldly snorted. Inside the room, Baya gritted her teeth and cursed as she put on the clothes she had just taken off, a moment later storming out of the room. The sound of the three people's footsteps gradually faded away. After confirming that they had gone far enough, Yang Kai's face sank, and he sat up on the bed. If Lu Shan had come just a little later, he would have killed her already. Baya thought he had completely fallen and was completely defenseless. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was sure he could kill Baya with a single blow. As for what he would do after killing her, Yang Kai didn't know. He only knew that he absolutely couldn't have any physical contact with this slutty woman. The aura she exuded when she was aroused was too dangerous. It was an aura that would devour him alive. The Star Territory was really full of surprises, but at the same time, it was also accompanied by greater dangers. Neatly putting on his clothes, Yong Kai sat on the bed and began to think. Now that Baya was gone, and no one was here to care about him, Yong Kai was considering whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to escape from this ship. However, how to open the exit of this ship's artifact was something Yong Kai didn't know yet, so if he acted rashly, the gains wouldn't be worth the losses. Just as he was contemplating, the door to his room opened again. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man who was staring at Yong Kai with a strange look. This man was a second-order saint, which wasn't very high on this ship, so Yong Kai didn't put him in his eyes. "Boy, your luck is quite good," the middle-aged man suddenly said. "I don't know what you're talking about." Yong Kai pretended to be confused. "If you don't know, then forget it. Come out." The man beckoned to him. Yong Kai frowned but didn't refuse, standing up and walking out of the room. The middle-aged man didn't say a word and began leading him through the cabin. "Where are you taking me?" Yong Kai couldn't help asking. "Wherever I'm taking you." "What nonsense are you spouting?" The middle-aged man frowned unhappily and coldly snorted. "It stands to reason that an inexplicable guest like you should be killed directly." A cold light flashed across Yong Kai's eyes. "However, Master Baya wasn't willing to kill you like this, so she ordered me to arrange a good place for you. When she returns next time, she will come to find you," the middle-aged man explained casually. Yong Kai took a deep breath, knowing that there was no danger for the time being. As long as Baya still wanted something to happen between them, she wouldn't let anyone kill him. Following behind the middle-aged man, they walked for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before they arrived at a huge secret chamber. As soon as they entered, Yong Kai felt an extremely rich energy wash over him inside this secret chamber. This energy seemed to be so rich that it was almost tangible. Here at the bottom of the ship, Yong Kai glanced around, his heart filled with shock. He didn't know what the secret chamber was used for, but a series of flashing spirit arrays were scattered throughout every corner of the room, converging together to form a shocking spirit array. These spirit arrays also led deep into the ship's depths. Rows of top-grade crystal stones were arranged in a regular pattern in this secret chamber. Each of these top-grade crystal stones was the size of a wash basin and contained a rich amount of energy. This energy flowed along the lines of the spirit arrays, but Yong Kai didn't know where it was sent. Inside this secret chamber, there was also a grid of independent compartments, each of which had a cultivator sitting cross-legged, their strength varying from high to low. Most of them were transcendent realm cultivators, but there were also a few saint realm cultivators. The hands and feet of these cultivators were shackled by shackles that extended from the bottom of the secret chamber, making it so they could only move within a small area, unable to leave. These shackles also exuded a strange aura, faintly giving off a restraining effect. Yong Kai's heart sank as he realized the situation was not good, because he found that each of these shackled cultivators was extremely weak, their faces sallow, the strength in their bodies silently draining away, all of them showing signs of overdraft. The situation was more serious, their auras fluctuating and their cultivations seemingly slipping. "What is this place?" Yong Kai asked in a deep voice. "The starship's power room." The middle-aged man replied casually, "What you need to do is very simple. Just sit there like them. You don't need to worry about anything else." Before Yong Kai could ask any more questions, the middle-aged man shouted to the side, "Kameng, I've brought you a newcomer." A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yong Kai and swept his eyes over him, showing a satisfied look as he grinned and asked, "His cultivation isn't bad. Where did you find him?" The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders. "Master Baya and the others brought him back." "Master Baya?" The man named Kameng frowned for a moment before showing a meaningful smile. She was willing to send this person to the power room. Master Baya went out to perform a task again, so there's no one to watch over him for the time being. So she wanted to put him in the power room. "You take care of him carefully, don't let him die." "Ooh." Kameng grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of bestial fangs. I can't guarantee that. Just now an unlucky guy died. You know the situation here. I don't have the final say. The middle-aged man frowned, seemingly understanding Kumeng's difficulties, nodding. Anyway, try your best. When Master Baya comes back next time, if he really dies, it will only anger her. Kumeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a deep sense of dread, as if he was also afraid of this beautiful woman. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll distribute more saint crystals to him, and try not to weaken him." "Good." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, staring deeply at Yang Kai before turning to leave. Chapter 989. The middle-aged man who led Yang Kai here had a brief conversation with the cultivator named Kumeng before leaving directly. While they were talking, Yang Kai didn't say a word and just silently observed his surroundings, a performance that made Kumeng very satisfied. "Boy, come with me." Kumeng beckoned to Yang Kai and led him around this huge secret room. A short time later, they arrived in front of a separate grid. There was originally a cultivator here who had his hands and feet bound in shackles and could only sit cross-legged on the ground. But at this moment, he was already dead, his vitality gone. Before his death, he seemed to have suffered great pain. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and the meridians around his neck were bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. He must have suffered unimaginable torture before his death. His entire body was so thin that he was nothing more than skin and bones, his skin so pale that there was no trace of blood. "Come here, throw this body out," Kumeng shouted to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, untied the body from the shackles, picked it up, and quickly disappeared. Kumeng grinned meaningfully and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, be obedient, and I won't make you suffer. After all, you are someone Master Baya wants, and I don't want to make her unhappy, so you should cooperate. It will be good for both of us." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kumeng laughed and said, Good, you can sit here." He pointed to the spot where the dead man had just sat. Yang Kai sat down obediently and let him tie the shackles to his hands and feet. This place, which they called the Starship's Power Room, was hiding many Saint Realm Masters. Yang Kai could even feel the aura of a Saint King from this hidden place. As such, he didn't dare act rashly. After the shackles were placed on his body, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, because he found that the shackles were releasing a terrifying attractive force that was madly absorbing the Saint Chi in his body. The Saint Chi in his body flowed into the starship through the shackles and merged with the huge Saint crystals to power the starship's movements. Yang Kai finally understood why so many cultivators were bound here. He also understood why the cultivator who was bound here were all dispirited and weak. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to maintain their strength for too long. Those who were strong could maintain their strength for a longer period of time, but if they weren't strong enough, it wouldn't take long for them to die miserably on the spot because of this unrestrained extraction. The cultivator who had been sitting here before had probably died in this way. "Don't be afraid." Kumeng squatted in front of Yang Kai and comforted him. "The starship's power is basically provided by the Saint crystals here." As he spoke, he pointed to the huge, neatly arranged Saint crystals nearby. "You people are only here to assist, so there's nothing to worry about. And these are for you. Don't think too much about it. Just focus on absorbing it." The ring on his hand flashed, and a dozen fist-sized Saint crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai. These Saint crystals contained extremely rich energy, and although they couldn't be compared to the ones arranged nearby, they were still quite good. "What do I do when I run out?" Yang Kai picked up a piece of Saint crystal, held it in the palm of his hand, and asked, "Call me when you're done. I'll give you more. You're one of Master Baya's people, so naturally I won't be stingy with you." Kumeng smiled meaningfully. If that bitch Baya came back and found this little brat unable to enjoy himself, he would definitely be punished. "Good." Yang Kai didn't say anything more, directly closing his eyes and beginning to circulate his secret art to absorb the Saint Crystal's power to supplement his own losses. Kumeng straightened up, nodded with satisfaction, and continued to hide in the dark, busying himself with his own affairs. After he left, Yang Kai opened his eyes and secretly glanced around. There were at least 50 to 60 cultivators imprisoned in this power room, and all of these cultivators were very weak, some of them gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of dying at any moment. While Yang Kai was secretly observing, he suddenly discovered that in the darkness, pairs of eyes were staring at him from all directions, like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow, all of them showing a look of greed. These eyes belonged to the imprisoned cultivator, but they weren't interested in Yang Kai, but in the dozen or so Saint Crystals left behind by Kumeng. The shackles that bound them were constantly draining the power from their bodies, so the only way to replenish their strength was to absorb Saint Crystals. They wouldn't be treated so well by Kumeng and be given such a large amount of wealth. In this situation, Saint Crystals meant life. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly understood why they were reacting like this. Unobtrusively, Yang Kai placed the dozen or so Saint Crystals between his legs, obscuring these greedy eyes. Closing his eyes and feeling the speed at which the shackles were draining his strength, Yang Kai's heart gradually calmed down. Yang Kai found that the rate at which the shackles were draining his strength wasn't very fast, and he could use Saint Crystals to supplement it. In other words, not only would he not face any life-threatening danger while sitting here, he could even use Saint Crystals to improve his cultivation. However, faintly, Yang Kai still felt that things weren't so simple. After all, there were so many people here who were extremely miserable. Learning from the mistakes of others, Yang Kai felt that it was best to be careful. Friend, friend. Suddenly, a soft voice called out in his ear. At first, Yang Kai didn't care, but the voice kept ringing, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Although there wasn't enough light, Yang Kai could still see to his right that a square-faced young man was smiling at him in a friendly manner. There was even a hint of flattery in this smile. Yang Kai's brow curled slightly as he guessed what this young man wanted to do, asking indifferently, "Are you calling me?" "Yes." The young man nodded quickly, revealing his white teeth in the darkness. "My name is Shin-Tu. How should I address you, friend?" "What does that have to do with you?" The young man still smiled cheekily, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's indifference, saying in a familiar tone, "We're all in the same boat, so why be friends? There's no need to be so vigilant, right?" "I don't like to make friends with strangers." Yang Kai shook his head. "Don't say that." Shin-Tu's brow twitched, a wretched expression appearing on his face. As the saying goes, the first time we're strangers, the second time we're friends, and the third time we're not strangers. Yang Kai decisively closed his eyes and ignored this young man. Shin-Tu's expression became bitter as he grumbled, Hey, don't ignore me. It's boring to just sit here. Chatting with each other is a good way to relieve boredom." "Don't worry, I don't have any ideas about your Saint Crystals. This stupid shackle can't do anything to me. Even if I let it whip me for 100 years, it still won't kill me. I really don't have any ideas about your Saint Crystals. Just look at my complexion. Feel my life force fluctuations. I'm completely different from those people who are about to die." "Ooh." Shin-Tu chattered endlessly. Yang Kai ignored him, so he continued to nag endlessly, as if he wouldn't give up until Yang Kai spoke. "Right, I just heard that man say you were captured by a woman named Baya? TSK. Brother, you're really lucky. Out of all the people who caught you, you just had to be caught by that cheap bitch. I advise you, if she wants to do anything to you, don't agree. Her name has already spread throughout the entire Star Territory. Anyone who goes to bed with her won't have a good end. You'll only end up being sucked dry by her. That's the most tragic way to die. Just thinking about it makes me shudder." He tried to attract Yang Kai's attention with a topic of interest, awakening his sense of crisis. Yang Kai remained unmoved. "Brother, haven't you heard my name? Since we're friends, when we get out of here, I guarantee you there will be benefits for you. I can let you enjoy glory and wealth. No need to worry about food and clothing, Saint crystals, artifacts, beauties, whatever you want." Yang Kai's eyes, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened, and a ray of light blossomed in the darkness. Shin Tu gawked for a moment before immediately grinning. He thought he had finally found something Yang Kai was interested in, but just as he was about to continue, something suddenly flew towards him. Shin Tu's eyes flashed, and he quickly caught this thing in his hand, but after realizing what it was, his face filled with joy as he turned to Yang Kai gratefully. "Brother, thank you. You're really easy to talk to." He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually give him a piece of Saint crystal without even saying anything. This was the purpose of his showing goodwill to Yang Kai. Although Kumeng would distribute some Saint crystals to the cultivator imprisoned here every day in order to maintain their strength and vitality, the amount of Saint crystals he distributed simply couldn't cover the cost. Shin Tu hadn't been captured here for too long, and his strength wasn't low, so he was barely able to maintain his vitality, but if he continued like this, he couldn't guarantee how long he would be able to hold on. Today, Yang Kai had obtained more than a dozen pieces of Saint crystal, and Kumeng had even generously offered to ask him for more, once they were used up. When Shin Tu, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, heard these words, he naturally became interested. In the past, Shin Tu had never cared about wealth and glory, but now he had never thought that a trivial piece of low-rank Saint crystal could make him so happy. This piece of low-rank Saint crystal was even more tempting to him than the best woman he could find. "Brother, can you give me another piece? In any case, you have so many, you won't be able to use them all up for the time being," Shin Tu shamelessly begged, somewhat unsatisfied. Yang Kai simply grinned at him strangely. Shin Tu didn't know what he meant, but just as he was about to lose his composure, he suddenly heard Yang Kai shout. Kumeng quickly appeared and hurried over to Yang Kai, saying with some displeasure, "What are you doing? Little brat, did you forget what I just said to you? I'm telling you to behave yourself." "He stole a piece of my Saint crystal when I wasn't paying attention." Yang Kai pointed to Shin Tu next to him. Kumeng followed his finger and saw Shin Tu gripping the piece of low-rank Saint crystal tightly, holding it in his arms like a precious treasure, refusing to let go. The smile on Shin Tu's face suddenly stiffened, and he was dumbstruck. Chapter 990. Inside the starship's power room. The young man who claimed to be Shin Tu was dumbfounded, seemingly having never expected that Yang Kai would actually frame him. Opening his mouth, Shin Tu wanted to defend himself, but when he saw the Saint crystal in his hand, he knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. The current situation was like yellow mud falling on one's crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. So he ignored the sharp glare Kumeng shot him. Nor did he care about Yang Kai's despicable actions, closing his eyes decisively, holding the Saint crystal with both hands, madly circulating his secret art and beginning to absorb its energy. He was like a poor beggar who wanted to eat his fill before dying. This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be dumbfounded. "Little brat, daring to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, your courage isn't small." Kumeng grinned as he rushed over to Shin Tu and began punching and kicking him. His blows were extremely heavy, causing a series of loud bangs to ring out, seemingly not caring about Shin Tu's life or death. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that the places he attacked were all avoiding Shin Tu's vital points, only causing Shin Tu severe pain and not the slightest fatal danger. He also didn't want to kill any of the cultivators who provided power to the starship here. Kumeng grinned as he beat Shin Tu, cursing him harshly as he did so. Shin Tu didn't say a word and simply let Kumeng do as he pleased. His square face was distorted from the pain, but he still continued to absorb the energy from the Saint crystal, as if he wouldn't give up until he had finished absorbing its energy. Yang Kai's expression became playful as his impression of Shun Tu underwent some subtle changes. Although this guy's performance just now was disgusting to Yang Kai, it was undeniable that he had an extremely strong backbone and was extremely patient. After a while, Kumeng stopped attacking, scolded Shun Tu for a while, then turned around and left. He didn't take the Saint Crystal in Shun Tu's hand, seemingly tacitly agreeing that it belonged to him. However, the price Shun Tu had to pay for this wasn't small either. He had been beaten black and blue by Kumeng, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. Staring at Kumeng's back as he disappeared into the darkness, Shun Tu wiped the corner of his mouth as a cold light flashed across his eyes. He glanced over at Yang Kai again and sneered softly. The Saint Crystal in his hand had also lost a lot of its energy due to his unrestrained absorption just now. Its luster. After being absorbed for a while, it turned to dust and fell from his palm. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Just how much energy was contained in this Saint Crystal? As long as one was a cultivator, they would know. Shun Tu being able to absorb all of it in such a short period of time proved that the secret art he cultivated was not simple. Yang Kai's hand. This time, he didn't take this. Shun Tu didn't take it this time, and instead just stared at Yang Kai coldly, wearing a wounded and vigilant look as he sneered. "Do you think I'm a fool? Why would I fall for the same trick twice?" Yang S. he to be in Yang BBBB. Shun Tu stared at him for a while, but eventually felt it was pointless, so he didn't waste any more energy, nor did he care about the Saint Crystal thrown to him. Time passed slowly. The next day, Kumeng distributed 2 pieces of Saint Crystal to each of the bound cultivator, Yang Kai being no exception. After Shun Tu received the 2 pieces of Saint Crystal, he immediately began to absorb them. After a day of consumption, he had already exhausted the strength in his body and was in desperate need of replenishment. After a short while, the 2 pieces were consumed. Licking his lips, Shun Tu hesitantly stared at the piece of Saint Crystal that Yang Kai had thrown to him yesterday, an internal struggle taking place in his heart. He wanted to take it, but he was afraid that Yang Kai would call Kumeng over again, so he hesitated for a while before finally giving up, secretly cursing Yang Kai for being despicable and shameless. In the end, Shun Tu simply closed his eyes and refused to look at the temptation in front of him. Over the next few days, the situation remained the same. However, as time passed, Shun Tu felt that the strength in his body was becoming more and more insufficient. With his Saint Chi constantly being drained by the shackles and unable to replenish it, he was unable to maintain his peak condition no matter what, and gradually began to weaken like everyone else. On the other hand, Yang Kai's situation was in stark contrast to Shun Tu's day. In addition to the dozen or so pieces of Saint Crystal that Kumeng had given Yang Kai at the beginning, Shun Tu would also receive 2 pieces every day. During this time, Yang Kai would deliberately ask Kumeng for more. Yang Kai had only used half of the Saint Crystals he had obtained to maintain his own consumption, while the rest were stored in the demon mystic tome in case he needed them in the future. Kumeng didn't refuse Yang Kai's requests. It seemed that because of his relationship with the beautiful woman Baiya, Kumeng wasn't stingy with Yang Kai and was actually quite generous, not only giving him Saint Crystals but also 2 or 3 Saint Pills, so he could maintain his physical strength and spirit in case Baiya came back and took him away at any time. This caused Shun Tu's eyes to turn red with envy, and the way he looked at Yang Kai became different, as if he was looking at a gigolo who lived off a woman, filled with contempt and disdain. A few days later, Shun Tu's complexion became worse and worse. He felt that if he didn't receive sufficient supplements, his current realm would be in danger of slipping. Perceiving this critical situation, Shun Tu couldn't care less. One day, after absorbing all the energy he had been allocated, he finally couldn't resist the temptation of the Saint Crystal and picked it up. As he picked it up, he carefully observed Yang Kai's reaction, but what surprised him was that even after he finished absorbing the energy from the Saint Crystal, Yang Kai didn't even spare him a glance, nor did he try to frame him like last time. Shin Tu's expression relaxed, but at that moment, another piece of Saint Crystal flew over. Shin Tu's brow furrowed as he reached out and caught it, staring deeply at Yang Kai, his expression fluctuating as he whispered, "What do you mean by this?" "Nothing. In any case, I have more Saint Crystals than I can use." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Shin Tu's mouth twitched as he sneered. "Even if you give it to me, I won't be grateful to you, because I've already suffered a loss from you once. So we're even. If I wanted someone to be grateful, there are so many people here. I could give it to anyone. There's no need for me to give it to you." "What do you want?" Shin Tu looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years shy of ropes, Shin Tu didn't trust Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. "An ally," Yang Kai whispered. "An ally?" Shin Tu's eyes narrowed as he glanced around for a while, making sure no one was paying attention before saying meaningfully, "You have a lot of ideas." "You don't have any ideas?" Shin Tu was stumped for words and remained silent. "Before, I framed you because you were too noisy. I didn't want to have anything to do with such a talkative person. But right now, you're the only one with any vitality around me, so I have no other choice." "Then I'm really honored." Shin Tu grinned meaningfully. "But having an idea doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed. Take one step at a time. You can't just sit back and wait for death." Shin Tu's eyes lit up as he grinned, silently and mysteriously, staring at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. The smile on his face disappeared, and he once again became frivolous as he sniffled and said, "If you can give me a piece of Saint Crystal every day from now on, our previous grievances can be written off." "Good." Yang Kai nodded generously. Shin Tu grinned meaningfully. "I suddenly find you quite pleasing to the eye." Saying so, he quietly stuffed the Saint Crystal he had just obtained into his sleeve, preparing to use it tomorrow. With his cultivation, he generally only needed 3 pieces of Saint Crystal every day to maintain his strength, but Kumeng had only given him 2 in order to prevent him from having enough energy to consider other matters. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Shin Tuesday. Yang Kai." The two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. Baya had gone out on a mission, and no one knew when she would return, but Yang Kai estimated that once she returned, his bad luck would follow, so he had to make some preparations before she returned. However, in the power room, basically everyone was extremely weak. As Yang Kai had said, besides Shin Tu, who still had some vitality, everyone else was basically a walking corpse that didn't even have the strength to talk to him. He couldn't get the information he wanted from these people at all. Regardless of what kind of person Shin Tu was, whether he could achieve great things or not, he was the most suitable candidate right now. "How much do you know about this big ship?" Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense and communicated with Shin Tuesday. "How much do you know?" Shin Tu asked back. "I only know that there are Saint King realm masters guarding this place, and that it belongs to a force called Purple Star. I don't know much else." "Then I know more than you." Shin Tu chuckled. Shin Tu grinned meaningfully. They didn't hesitate to use a Saint King grade high-rank starship to come to this dangerous chaotic abyss for 2 women. Those 2 women seemed to have something they want. "I've seen those 2 women." Yang Kai interrupted him. "You've seen them?" Shin Tu's eyes lit up. "And one is a second-order saint, and the other is a third-order saint, both from Sword Union. What could they possibly have that would make Purple Star go to such great lengths?" "I don't know." Shin Tu also wore a puzzled look. "I just accidentally ran into them outside the chaotic abyss and was captured by them as a laborer. Once I get out, I'll destroy Purple Star sooner or later." Yang Kai gave him a surprised look. "That's my lifelong ambition." Shin Tu added, "What about the others here?" "They should all be hostile forces to Purple Star. After they were captured, they were placed in the power room and worked until they died. Every great force is like this, so it's best not to be captured easily. Otherwise, the end result will be very tragic. These people aren't so bad. Some of them will be assigned to extremely dangerous places to mine, collect herbs. That kind of life or death situation is even more pitiful than the people here. Shun Tu's expression was filled with regret, seemingly having experienced such a thing before, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. After speaking for a while, Shun Tu turned to look at Yang Kai sympathetically. But the most tragic one is you actually caught the eye of that woman named by you. Shun Tu laughed gloatingly, leaving Yang Kai speechless. Chapter 991. While conversing with the young man named Shun Tu, Yang Kai deliberately inquired about the information he wanted to know and gained a lot in the process. Gradually, he began to understand some of the common sense of things. The territory he was currently in was called the Hung Luo star field. Although it was extremely large and included countless stars, it was still only a small part of the vast universe. In the Hung Luo star field, there were several huge forces that dominated the fate of this territory. Sword Union was one, Purple Star was another. And in addition, there was Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Galaxy Ridge, Abandoned Lair, and many other great forces that coexisted in this territory. Below these top forces, there were countless other forces, large and small, too many to count. Determining whether a force was strong enough depended on whether it had the capital to operate a starship. Generally, a force that owned a super-large artifact like a starship could be considered a tyrant because the cost of building a starship was not cheap and it consumed a lot of resources to maintain. From the many saint crystals arranged in the power room, it could be seen that such a super-large artifact consumed a lot of energy to operate. Generally, small forces didn't have the ability to do so. These great forces have many cultivation stars under their jurisdiction. Some have 2 or 3, while others have 7 or 8. Shun Tu obviously knew more about this territory than Yang Kai, and he could also see that Yang Kai didn't seem to know anything about these things, so he didn't hide anything. Cultivation stars? Yang Kai frowned. They are stars that are suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Shun Tu explained patiently. The universe is vast, and there are countless stars, but most of them, for various reasons, are not suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Those that are suitable for living beings to live in are called cultivation stars. Is that so? Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. However, those stars that are not suitable for cultivation are not completely worthless. Some stars are rich in rare ores, while others are rich in spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Those are called stars and medicine stars. Every major force has a lot of stars and medicine stars. The resources produced by these stars can help them develop themselves well. Of course, there are also those kinds of dead stars. The entire star is lifeless. There are no minerals, no medicinal herbs, and even no energy of heaven and earth. Yang Kai could not help but be moved. On Tong Xian realm, the great forces would often fight to the death over a small piece of land, but in the entire territory of Tong Xian realm, there were some forces that could control many stars. This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Compared to the splendor of the star territory, Tong Xian realm suddenly paled in comparison. Every cultivation star has a star master, and the star master is the supreme ruler of that cultivation star. If you and I can reach that height one day, our lives will not have been in vain. Shun Tu chuckled, a look of yearning flashing across his eyes. What kind of cultivation does a star master have? Unfathomable. A Saint King grade high-rank starship like this. Any star master can destroy it with a snap of their fingers. Shun Tu took a deep breath. Yang Kai was speechless for a while. Although Shun Tu did not tell him what the cultivation of a star master was, Yang Kai could guess that it was definitely beyond the Saint King realm. Above the Saint King realm, there was an even higher realm. Look outside. Shun Tu quietly motioned. Yang Kai followed his gaze and saw the huge and beautiful stars outside the starship. The power room was at the bottom of the entire starship and was responsible for controlling the direction and speed of the starship. So from here, one could see the situation outside. There were transparent and strong windows made of unknown materials all around, and through these windows, one could see the situation in all directions. What do you think of these stars? Shintu asked. The world energy they contain is beyond imagination. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. As early as when he was lost in the chaotic abyss, he had been shocked by the energy contained in these stars. And looking at the entire Hungluo star field, there is no cultivation star that can compare to any of the stars here. All the great forces in star territory want to develop these stars in the chaotic abyss. Whether it is the blazing hot stars or the bone-chilling cold stars, they are all very suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Anyone who cultivates there can obtain unimaginable benefits. But I heard that this place is very dangerous, a forbidden area in the entire star territory. The territory of these stars is extremely chaotic, and it is precisely because the energy contained in these stars is so huge that they can produce these chaotic territory, causing people to lose their sense of direction. It is also for this reason that the chaotic abyss has always been a forbidden area in the star field. No one wants to develop it, let alone cultivate on these stars. Then this starship. You don't need to worry. Any starship carrying a star is of the highest grade and is equipped with a chart master who is proficient in drawing star maps, so starships won't lose their sense of direction here. This is also why they dared to enter this place. Star shuttles are different though. Once affected by the chaotic territory, the star inside a star shuttle can easily be damaged, so no one dares to use a star shuttle here alone. If that's the case, this place can't be called a forbidden area in star territory, right? Are there any other dangers? Suddenly, Kai Yang realized some of the problems. There is indeed. Shen Tu nodded solemnly, his expression dignified. But what kind of dangers there are, no one can say for sure, because no one who enters here has ever returned alive. Yang Kai's expression fluctuated as his thoughts turned sharply, suddenly muttering, if that's the case, what those two sisters have is something Purple Star desperately wants. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a big risk to come here. Shun too was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, he nodded in agreement. I really hadn't noticed that. But what could make Purple Star not hesitate to send a Saint King grade high-rank starship into the chaotic abyss? Thinking hard, Shintu came up with nothing. At that moment, from the corner of the power room, a shout suddenly rang out, Baya, Master! And the others are back! Yang Kai and Shintu glanced at each other before turning their heads to look out of the cabin. Sure enough, they saw two blue lights rapidly approaching from the cold star field. Your good days have come to an end. Shintu looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. What do you want to do? Now that slut is back, she definitely won't let you off. Let me say this first. She wants your people. There's nothing I can do to help. Not necessarily. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the two blue lights that were rapidly approaching him. He seemed to have discovered something different. What do you mean? Shintu was puzzled, not understanding why Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. When they left, there were 3 of them, but now only 2 have returned. I'm afraid there's been an accident, Yang Kai muttered. Shintu was stunned for a moment before taking a closer look and discovering that there really were only 2 blue lights. A moment later, 2 figures appeared below the starship. Only Master Baya and Master Lushan are here. Master Lusha isn't. A cultivator nearby exclaimed, and Master Baya and Master Lushan seemed to be injured. What's the situation? Kumeng stepped out of the darkness and asked coldly. I don't know. Subordinate is asking, saying so. The man poured his divine sense into a compass-like artifact in his hand, seemingly communicating with someone. Outside the starship, Lushan also took out an artifact of the same shape. Kai Yong immediately understood that this artifact should be used for long-distance communication. The last time he was brought back by Lu Shan and the others, he had seen Lu Shan use it. Looking out of the power room's window, Yong Kai saw Lu Shan, and by Ye's disheveled expressions, their bodies covered in wounds and blood, seemingly having just escaped death. The beautiful woman, Bai Ye, no longer had her previous grace and charm. Her pretty face filled with fear and anger. From time to time she would look back, as if someone was chasing after her. "Ha! You guessed it right." Shintu looked out and gloated. "Serves them right. Daring to break into the chaotic abyss. Now, they've suffered a big loss. They seem to have been injured while fighting. Things aren't that simple," Yong Kai said thoughtfully. "Ah, the two sisters I saw. One was a second-order saint, and the other a third-order saint. It was impossible for them to be Lu Shan's opponent, but now one of them is dead, and the other two are injured. Escaping. There are others in the chaotic abyss." Shintu immediately understood, and they are definitely Saint King realm masters. "Sword Union's people," Yong Kai shouted. "Haha, now there's a good show to watch. Sword Union's people actually came to the chaotic abyss. They'll definitely fight. Once they do, we'll have a chance." Shintu's eyes flashed brightly in the darkness. "I wonder if that's the case." Yong Kai was also secretly looking forward to it. In this current situation, if he didn't cause some kind of disturbance, what awaited him was only the fate of being pampered by that woman Bai Ye. He didn't want to die on top of a woman's belly. As such, he couldn't wait for the situation to become as chaotic as possible. It's Sword Union's people. Sword Union starship is also here. The cultivator, who had been communicating with Lu Shan before, shouted, confirming Yong Kai and Shintu's conjecture. "What?" Kumeng's expression changed. "Their courage is quite big." As soon as these words left his mouth, he suddenly realized that his side had also come in a starship, causing his expression to darken. While they were talking, the cultivator who had been communicating with Lu Shan opened the starship's hatch and let them in. "Where are Sword Union's people?" Shintu stretched out his hand and placed it on his forehead, looking around, but finding nothing at all, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "If I were Sword Union, after finding those two sisters, I would have immediately left the chaotic abyss instead of chasing after Purple Star's starship," Yong Kai said leisurely. Chapter 992. Shintu glanced over at Yong Kai, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "What you said makes sense. Those two sisters must have something extraordinary. As long as we can find them, Sword Union won't need to fight Purple Star here. I find that your way of thinking is somewhat different from ordinary people." Since Lu Shan and the others returned, Yong Kai had been able to infer the truth from various clues, but this was something he couldn't do. He truly admired Yong Kai. "Shintu, we were placed in the power room, mainly to provide power for the starship's operations, right?" Yong Kai suddenly asked a random question. "And what's wrong?" "I suddenly have a bad feeling." Yong Kai stared at him deeply. Shintu's expression changed as his mouth twitched. "Don't scare me. What do you feel?" Yong Kai just shook his head and didn't answer. The two of them suddenly fell silent as they quietly observed their surroundings, investigating the movements of the cultivator, named Kumeng, while secretly remaining vigilant. After about a stick of incense worth of time, the compass-shaped artifact in Kumeng's hand suddenly flashed, and he quickly poured his divine sense into it to communicate with someone. A moment later, Kumeng put away his artifact and shouted with a dignified expression, "Speed up, chase after Sword Union's starship. Don't let them escape." As soon as this order came out, both Yong Kai and Shintu paled. "You're right. I'm also feeling very bad right now." Shintu's expression was extremely ugly as he cursed angrily, "You damned mouths." The next moment, a humming sound came from inside the huge Saint King grade starship, and its speed suddenly increased, quickly chasing after a certain direction in Star Field. At the same time, the shackles binding Yang Kai and Shen Tu released an even greater suction force than before, madly absorbing the strength in their bodies. This suction force was twice as strong as before, and in an instant, the energy in their bodies was drained twice as fast. Shen Tu couldn't help groaning as his body trembled. Even Yang Kai felt pain all over his body. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his secret art, he was unable to resist the loss of his strength. The cultivator bound to the power room was normally only used to provide the starship with auxiliary power. The main source of energy was still the Saint crystals, but once this huge artifact moved, the amount of energy it required would also increase. At that time, disaster would befall people like Shen Tu and Yang Kai. The energy in their bodies would be extracted even more violently. Kamen shuttled through the power room, issuing orders with a ferocious expression. It seemed that because of the unrestrained and crazy absorption of the shackles, the cultivator, who was restrained in the power room, was already in a bad situation. Not long after the starship accelerated, a burst of mournful howls rang out from all directions. Occasionally, one or two people would foam at the mouth and fall to the ground dead. They really couldn't bear such torture any longer. With their strength drained away, they couldn't bear it any longer. Shen Tu was secretly shocked, a bitter look appearing on his face. He knew that in his current situation, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If the strength in his body was really drained, even if he didn't die, his cultivation would inevitably fall. Cursing in his heart, Shen Tu was powerless to change his fate. Sneaking a glance at Yang Kai, Shen Tu couldn't help feeling lost. He was shocked to find that although Yang Kai's expression was pained and his strength was constantly draining away, the energy fluctuations in his body didn't show any signs of weakening. It was as if his Saint Qi was constantly being replenished. This puzzled Shen Tu, not understanding why Yang Kai was acting so strangely. "Master, 5 people have died." A cultivator suddenly came to Kumeng's side and reported. Kumeng froze for a moment before seeming to remember something, glancing coldly at the shackled cultivator on the ground and snorting, "A bunch of wastes. Give them some Saint crystals." "Yes," the cultivator responded, quickly walking over to the people who were still alive and dropping 3 pieces of Saint crystal in front of each of them. Pairs of dull gray eyes suddenly lit up as all of them picked up the Saint crystals in front of them and began to absorb their energy to supplement their own consumption. Shen Tu did the same. His secret art was somewhat different, so in less than half a cup of tea's time, he had absorbed all the energy in the 3 pieces of Saint crystal, licking his lips as if he hadn't had enough. However, with this replenishment, his complexion finally improved a lot. The Saint King grade high-rank starship continued to advance through the star field at an unimaginable speed, not something an artifact like a star shuttle could compare with. Sitting in the power room, Yang Kai watched as one asteroid after another flew past the transparent window like a meteor shower. The starship itself was extremely sturdy and was able to rampage through the starry sky like a hot knife through butter. Some of the smaller asteroids were smashed to pieces by it, but the starship itself was completely unaffected. About half a day later, Kumeng's face suddenly showed a ruddy glow as he shouted, "Sword Union dogs, I've finally caught up to you. Let's see where you're going to run now." Hearing him shout like this, Shen Tu and Yang Kai both turned their eyes towards the window. In front of them, a giant starship that was basically the same size as the one they were in was sailing through the star field. On the hull of this starship was a huge sword-shaped mark. This mark was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen on the clothes of Hizeo and Himiao. Sure enough, it was Sword Union's starship. "Ha ha ha! I'll let you taste the power of my purple starship." Kumeng seemed to have become a completely different person, his expression ferocious and a bloodthirsty and violent aura flowing from his bones, as he quickly issued orders. With a loud bang, the hull of the starship shook violently and a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from a certain part of the starship. This beam of light was extremely thick, like the fangs of a snake, and instantly broke through the shackles of space, pierced through the star field's blockade, and blasted towards the Sword Union starship. All the asteroids blocking its path were instantly reduced to dust and purified. Yong Kai saw this beam of light, and his face instantly went pale. Even though he was sitting in the power room, he could still feel the destructive power contained in the divine light. He had no doubt that this beam of light could flatten a mountain peak or evaporate a huge lake. That was truly the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If such a beam of light were to hit him, Yong Kai estimated that even if he were to use his full strength, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Yong Kai couldn't help feeling some sympathy for the Sword Union starship. However, the result was beyond his expectations. When the beam of light hit the Sword Union starship, a halo of light suddenly emerged, like a multicolored bubble that wrapped around the Sword Union starship. When the beam of light hit this halo, it created a series of ripples visible to the naked eye that quickly spread out into the depths of the star field. The Sword Union starship only shook slightly before coming out unscathed. Kumeng's excited face suddenly became gloomy. He hadn't expected that the sneak attack he had carefully prepared for this moment would actually be blocked by the other party. With a single order, the starship shook violently again, and a second beam of light shot out. Fuck! Shen Tu cursed, his face pale. The strength he had just managed to restore had been completely drained in an instant. Quickly turning to Yong Kai, he screamed, "Yong Kai, help!" Yong Kai stared at him blankly for a moment before recovering. Just now, he had been so focused on the power of the beam of light that he hadn't noticed the changes in his surroundings. After hearing Shen Tu shout, Yong Kai was shocked to discover that the neatly arranged Saint crystals in the power room had dimmed significantly after the 2 streaks of light had been released, and the huge amount of energy contained inside them had also been reduced by more than half. At the same time, the Saint Chi in Yong Kai's body and meridians had also been drained dry by the shackles on his hands and feet. That beam of light required a huge amount of energy to be produced. Yong Kai suddenly realized the 2 beams of light not only required a huge amount of Saint crystals in the power room, but also put an unimaginable burden on the cultivator bound here. After the 2 beams of light, half of the 50 to 60 cultivator bound here had died in an instant, their vitality vanishing and their souls dissipating. Those who were still alive were gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of death. As long as another beam of light struck, they would undoubtedly die. Shen Tu and Yong Kai's situation was the best. Yong Kai quickly took out a drop of yang liquid from the dantian and filled his body and meridians again, while tossing the Saint crystals he had previously hidden towards Shen Tu's day. Shen Tu's eyes lit up as he eagerly grabbed these Saint crystals and began absorbing them madly, his face gradually turning ruddy. "You dare fight back?" Kumeng shouted again. It seemed that because Purple Star's starship had launched an all-out attack, Sword Union's side was unwilling to sit back and wait for death, retaliating in kind. A beam of light shot out from the other side, and a defensive energy shield appeared around Purple Star's starship. With a loud bang, the starship shook violently. Shen Tu's face turned pale again as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have time to curse. Whether it was the starship's beam of light or the defensive energy shield, both required an unimaginable amount of energy. Every time the 2 starships collided, Shen Tu and the others would have to bear an unimaginable burden. "Attack! I want them to be smashed to pieces." Kumeng shouted hysterically as if his dignity had been offended. "Master, the crystal cannons can't be used anymore. Otherwise, the Saint crystals won't have enough energy," a nearby cultivator reminded. Kumeng's brow furrowed as his irritable mood gradually calmed down. He finally realized this problem. At that moment, the compass-like artifact in his hand flashed again. Ko Meng's expression became serious as he poured his divine sense into it, communicating with it for a while before grinning and waving his hand. "Open the hatch. Today we'll show these fools from Sword Union our strength." Yes. The next moment, the hatch of the starship opened, and a number of figures belonging to Purple Star's cultivators appeared, flying towards Sword Union on their various artifacts. Chapter 993. The artifacts used by the Purple Star cultivators included star shuttles, war chariots, and flying carriages, all of which were suitable for fighting in the star field, dazzling everyone who saw them. On the Sword Union's side, a large number of people suddenly appeared outside the starship and fearlessly rushed over. When the two sides met, a great battle broke out instantly. Inside the star field, halos of light spread out as magnificent and powerful martial skills erupted, and the brilliance of artifacts shone brightly. Purple Star and Sword Union's two sides fought fiercely as soon as the battle began. In the chaotic battle, a number of high-grade artifacts were riddled with holes and shattered into pieces. Pieces of burning artifact fragments rained down like a rain of flames, dazzling the eyes with a dazzling light like the most brilliant fireworks exploding. A breathtaking sight, but with them were countless lifeless corpses, forever lost in this chaotic abyss. In this chaotic battlefield, most of the figures were Saint Realm Masters, while the Transcendent Realm cultivators were as weak as ants. There were even some figures who exuded a tyrannical aura that belonged to Saint Kings. These figures displayed earth-shattering divine abilities as they slaughtered the weaker cultivators on the other side. Wherever they went, the cultivators on the other side would be reduced to ashes, their souls dispersing. Both sides of the battle suffered huge losses. No one was willing to show weakness, and no one was willing to admit defeat easily, so a steady stream of reinforcements were dispatched from their respective starships and joined the battle. For a time, the two sides were evenly matched. In the star territory, whether it was Sword Union or Purple Star, they were both first-class forces. Each of them controlled at least 4 or 5 cultivation stars and countless or stars and medicine stars. Using their huge reserve resources, they could provide unimaginable supplies for their respective cultivator to grow and develop. Their leaders didn't care about such losses at all. Yang Kai was speechless for a long time. He was completely shocked. He was still immersed in the power of the divine light shot out by the starship. He never thought that such an incredible thing would exist in the vast star territory. Ever since he came to the star territory, everything he saw and heard was beyond his imagination. He immediately realized that the star territory was much more interesting than he had imagined. His eyes glistened with divine light as his blood boiled. He did not shrink back in fear because of what he had seen and heard. Instead, he looked forward to it, because only in a wonderful place could he live a more wonderful life. "Yang Kai, Yang Kai," Shintu's voice called out again. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Shintu wore a bitter expression as he pursed his dry lips. "Can you give me some more Saint Crystals? I can't hold on any longer." At this moment, his strength was on the verge of drying up. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. Yang Kai threw him 5 or 6 Saint Crystals without saying a word. "Many thanks." A grateful look appeared on Shintu's face as he sincerely thanked Yang Kai before taking the opportunity to begin absorbing the energy. Yang Kai calmed his mood and coldly glanced around, silently listening to the sound of footsteps and energy fluctuations coming from inside the ship, his eyes gradually lighting up. After a while, Shintu breathed a heavy sigh of relief and muttered, "I've finally recovered. Damn, if they had fired that crystal cannon again just now, I would have died immediately. That was a close call." Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai gratefully. "I can't thank you enough. I'll remember this time." "Shintu, what is your true cultivation?" Yang Kai suddenly glanced over at him and asked in a low voice. Shintu was startled, and his expression flickered. seemingly wanting to change the subject, but soon grinned. "Did you see through it? If I couldn't see through it, I'd be blind," Yang Kai said coldly. The aura fluctuations coming from Shen Tu's body were around the First Order Saint realm, comparable to Yang Kai. However, at the critical moment just now, when Shen Tu was absorbing the energy from those crystal stones, an unusual energy fluctuation had emerged from his body. Yang Kai judged that he was hiding his cultivation. Being able to hide one's cultivation inside the Purple Starship was not something everyone could do. This Shen Tu wasn't simple. Third Order Saint. Shen Tu's expression suddenly became serious as he whispered back. Yang Kai nodded, knowing that he shouldn't be lying. "Why do you ask?" Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. "Nothing, but if you have the strength, we can probably do something. Right now, there aren't many people inside the starship, and most of the masters have gone out to fight. Even this power room's defenses are much worse than before," Yang Kai said meaningfully. "Originally, there was a Saint King, realm master guarding the power room, but after the battle broke out just now, the aura of this Saint King, realm master had disappeared. Yang Kai guessed that he should have gone out. On top of that, the number of purple star cultivators in the power room had been reduced by more than half. Now, besides Kameng, who was a Third Order Saint, the rest were First Order or Second Order Saints. There were less than 10 of them, all of whom were sitting in the spirit arrays in the power room, maintaining the operation of the starship. "What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly. These shackles are mixed with primordial stones. We can't use our strength while bound by them." Shen Tu's expression changed as he suddenly understood what Yang Kai was planning. "Then let's have someone untie them." Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, his expression suddenly becoming extremely weak as his vitality dimmed. Yang Kai signaled to Shen Tu with his eyes. Shen Tu's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before he grit his teeth and said, "Forget it. In any case, this father's life was saved by you, so I'll accompany you in your madness." Then he began to shout loudly. Kumeng, who was watching the battle from the side of the power room, heard this shout, and his expression suddenly became cold. Turning his head, he glared toward Shen Tu and Yang Kai and muttered, "You two aren't dead yet." This was somewhat beyond his expectations. During the confrontation between the two starships just now, the cultivator who was shackled here had basically been drained of all their strength and died of exhaustion. Shen Tu and Yang Kai, however, were still alive, which surprised Kumeng greatly. "My vitality has always been strong, but he's about to die." Shen Tu continued to shout, "Master, isn't this guy the one by your needs? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to just let him die like this?" Kumeng frowned as he stared deeply towards Yang Kai, sweeping him with his divine sense and noticing Yang Kai's weakness, saying impatiently, "How troublesome. Just die and end it all. What's the point of leaving him with a single breath?" Saying so, he quickly walked over to Yang Kai. When he was commanding the starship just now, he hadn't thought too much about it, so he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai's situation. Now that he had calmed down, he had to carefully consider whether that slut by you would take her anger out on him if Yang Kai really died. He couldn't afford such a responsibility. So he walked over to Yang Kai, took out a special key, and unlocked the shackles, releasing him from his shackles. He was caught off guard. After all, Yang Kai looked extremely weak, his strength barely fluctuating at all. What's more, Kameng was a Third Order Saint, so when facing Yang Kai, a First Order Saint, he had a psychological advantage. This kind of self-righteous advantage had brought him a lot of bad luck. The moment the shackles were unlocked, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and bit down hard. Immediately after, he wiped the wound on his fingertip towards his left eye. Golden blood poured into his left eye, causing the originally black and white eye to instantly turn golden. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at Kameng. When their four eyes met, Kameng suddenly became absent-minded. staring at the majestic golden light. He actually felt a sense of panic, as if he had become extremely small in front of it. A vortex appeared in the golden eye, and a strong suction force emerged from this vortex, pulling at his soul, causing it to tremble, as if it was about to be pulled out of his body. Paling, Kumeng let out a strange cry, and resisted with all his strength. Yang Kai had already used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy, causing his temperament to change dramatically. The temperature of the entire power room seemed to plummet, becoming extremely cold. That evil and ruthless aura swept through the surroundings with a loud rumble. Yang Kai's body slammed into Kumeng's chest like a cannonball, an incredible power erupting from his body as he violently beat Kumeng. Blood splattered, and clear fist marks and palm marks protruded from Kamen's back. His clothes instantly turned into powder. Even someone as strong as Kumeng was unable to withstand Yang Kai's bombardment while he was absent-minded. Before he could even summon his divine technique or artifact, he was beaten dizzily. In the blink of an eye, Kumeng's body suddenly burst into a bloody mist, a rain of blood scattering in all directions, like a red rose in full bloom. An illusory figure that was exactly the same as Kamen stood, where he was originally. It was Kumeng's soul avatar. Even now, he still didn't seem to have realized what had happened to him, staring blankly at Yang Kai, a blank look on his face. From the golden pupil in Yang Kai's left eye, a powerful suction force emerged and pulled Kumeng's soul avatar into his knowledge sea. Amidst the bloody mist, Yang Kai quickly grabbed the special key that could open the shackles and threw it directly to Shin Tuesday. "Open it yourself," Yang Kai exhorted before disappearing like a gust of wind. The next moment, a miserable howl rang out from the power room, followed by a great commotion. Shin Tu was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he learned about Yang Kai's intentions just now, Shin Tu had decided to accompany him in his madness, but he hadn't asked Yang Kai what his plans were or what they were going to do. He had thought that Yang Kai was going to leave here for a while and wait for an opportunity to act. As for whether Yang Kai would take care of him and take him away, Shin Tu didn't think much about it. After all, he had already been saved by Yang Kai once, so he didn't want to ask for too much. How could he have known that this guy would be so crazy and direct, launching a violent attack the moment the shackles were unlocked? What made Shin Tu even more speechless was that Kumeng, a third-order Saint cultivator, was actually defeated by Yang Kai in a single blow. Chapter 994. How did he do it? How was this possible? Shin Tu held the key thrown to him by Yang Kai in his hand as he stared blankly at the bloody mist that filled the sky, a storm raging in his heart. Even if it were him, if he were to fight with Kumeng, who would win in the end was unknown. Yang Kai was just a first-order saint, so how could he instantly kill Kumeng? Even if Kumeng had been careless, he would not have been powerless to fight back. His realm and strength were clear for all to see. Everything had happened so suddenly that Shin Tu was caught off guard. He stood there dumbfounded, immersed in shock, forgetting his own situation and even forgetting to undo his shackles. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that this Yang Kai was extremely dangerous. He could kill Kumeng in an instant, which meant that if Shin Tu had been careless, he too would have been killed in the blink of an eye. Shin Tu was so shocked that he almost cried out. "How long are you going to stand there in a daze?" Yang Kai's low voice called out. Shin Tu suddenly came back to his senses and quickly used the key to unlock the shackles binding him. In the next moment, dense bolts of lightning suddenly spread out from his body, each one like a snake with sharp fangs, making him look like he was wrapped in lightning. A terrifying sight to behold. The lifelike electric snakes slithered around his body and suddenly shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire power room was flashing with electric arcs. Shin Tu laughed fiercely. "Brother, you've played quite well. I admire you greatly." As he laughed, his figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment appeared next to a First Order Saint Purple Star cultivator. This Purple Star cultivator was about to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai, but Shintu quickly grabbed him by the neck. The violent thunder and lightning began to surge, and the martial artist began to tremble violently. The huge amount of energy that could even paralyze a person's soul poured into his body, causing him to instantly lose control of his body. A charred smell filled the air as plumes of smoke rose from the top of the cultivator's head. By the time Shintu released him, he had become a charred corpse that fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. The power room was the heart of the entire starship, so normally it was heavily guarded and guarded by Saint King realm masters to prevent any accidents from happening. But this time, it seemed that Yang Kai had been too focused on Sword Union's side, so most of the masters guarding this place had been dispatched as reinforcements, leaving only Kumeng behind. Kumeng died first. Everyone else, under the combined efforts of Yang Kai, who had already used his demon transformation, and Shin Tu managed to escape, no one could resist. Relying on his powerful physique and surprise attacks, Yang Kai quickly killed 5 Saint Realm cultivator. After circling around the power room, he found that only he and Shin Tu were still alive. The last cultivator, who had seen the situation turn bad and was about to escape, was struck down by Shin Tu's lightning strike and ravaged to death. "I'm finally free, ha ha ha," Shin Tu shouted like a beast that had just been freed. "Where do we go now? You're more familiar with this place. Lead the way." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "There's no hurry. Before we leave, let's get Purple Star a big gift." Shin Tu suddenly smiled mysteriously, a crazed look appearing on his face. Entering the power room's central spirit array, Shin Tu sat down cross-legged. Releasing his divine sense, Shin Tu circulated the strength in his body and connected himself to the central spirit array. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression, but did not stop him, simply waiting quietly. After being trapped in the power room for so many days, Yang Kai had also gained a certain understanding of the massive starship artifact and the role of the spirit array Shin Tu was currently in. This was the central spirit array that could control the starship. Shin Tu obviously wanted to use this Saint King grade high-rank starship to do something. The spirit array's veins lit up, and the starship, which had been anchored somewhere in Starfield, slowly turned around for a moment before coming to a stop. "Ha ha! Today, I'll let you know that Master Shin Tu is not easy to bully." Shin Tu suddenly opened his eyes, a violent light flashing across them as he poured the power from his body into the spirit array below him. The next moment, the starship's hull shook violently. A huge beam of light suddenly shot out from the starship's hull, carrying with it a destructive aura as it shot straight towards the chaotic battlefield. At the same time, Yang Kai keenly felt that the energy contained in the Saint crystals placed in the power room's spirit array had decreased in an instant, and their originally crystal-clear light had also dimmed significantly. As the beam of light shot out, the cultivators from both Sword Union and Purple Star who were fighting stopped what they were doing and stared in horror at the beam of light that was growing larger and larger in front of them, all of them screaming as they tried to use their flight-type artifacts to flee in panic. But it was too late. The beam of light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it fell on top of the heads of these cultivators. The entire world suddenly became clear. The noisy sounds of battle and the fierce confrontation all stopped at this moment. The people who were still alive stared blankly at this doomsday-like scene, as if they could not speak. Their mouths were open and their throats were exposed to the air. The beam of light passed through the battlefield and shot towards a certain place in the vast universe. All that was left was a large area that had been cleansed. There, many cultivators had been displaying their divine technique and using their artifacts to fight. But at this moment, there was nothing left. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. At least 100 cultivators had their traces erased by the beam of light. Inside the power room, Shintu laughed wildly, as if he had done something he was proud of. Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt that it wasn't right for Shintu to kill so many people from Sword Union in order to take revenge, he didn't say anything. He had no friendship with Sword Union, and even He Zhao and He Miao were only acquaintances with him, so he didn't want to meddle in their business. Have you vented your anger? Since you've vented your anger, hurry up and leave, Yang Kai shouted. After what you've done, there will soon be masters coming to inspect this place. You're right. Shintu also suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly leapt up from the spirit array's core and flew out together with Yang Kai. Inside the entire starship, only a few cultivators were still active, and because of the beam of light that had just shot out, they were all alarmed and rushed towards the starship's power room. Shintu seemed to have a good understanding of the structure of the starship and led Yang Kai along a path that no one had ever taken before. Along the way, the two of them were unimpeded and didn't encounter any trouble. Where are we going? This isn't the way out of the starship, is it? Yang Kai followed behind Shintu for a while before suddenly asking with a sullen expression. Although he wasn't familiar with this place, he still had his own keen intuition and felt that Shintu was leading him around the starship in a roundabout fashion, not intending to leave at all. Leave? Shintu concealed his aura as he quietly moved forward, glancing back at him. Do you have the correct star? Yang Kai shook his head. How can you leave without a star? Shintu chuckled. Do you have a star shuttle? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. But I heard that my star shuttle is broken and can't copy a star. It doesn't matter. We'll just grab someone and let them take us away, Shintu said casually. Who should we grab? If we can just grab anyone. There's a second-order Saint cultivator a few hundred meters to the left. We might as well grab him, Yang Kai proposed. Shintu shook his head. He won't do. Even if we catch him, we won't be able to leave the chaotic abyss. You know what happens if we get lost in the chaotic abyss? My goal isn't just to escape from this starship. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly realized, you want to capture the chart master on this starship? It's easy to talk to smart people. Shintu grinned. I want to find that guy. Do you know where he lives? I know his approximate location. As for whether we can find him, that'll depend on luck. Yang Kai didn't say anything and quietly followed behind Shintu's day. He had heard Shintu talk about chart masters before. In the vast territory of the star domain, there was a group of people who specialized in drawing star fields to provide cultivators with the correct flight path. These people were called chart masters. A powerful chart master could draw a star that would allow a cultivator to accurately avoid the potential dangers in the star field, allowing them to smoothly reach the place they wanted to go. The star chart masters could draw was extremely accurate, so no matter how far they flew, there wouldn't be much error. Basically, each chart master's star was different, and each star chart master drew had its own advantages and disadvantages. The prices they sold for were also different. The more expensive ones could be sold for tens of thousands of Saint crystals, hundreds of thousands of Saint crystals, or even more, while the cheaper ones could be bought for just a few pieces of Saint crystal. Map masters with outstanding craftsmanship were highly welcomed in any large faction. Their status was revered. And although they were not necessarily very powerful, they were treated as esteemed guests by various large factions. Inside a starship, there would often be a chart master. Because a starship could change directions at any time, a chart master would be needed to determine the appropriate route and whether there was danger ahead. Becoming a chart master was several times more difficult than becoming an alchemist or artifact refiner, because a chart master needed to master the structure of the entire territory of the star field. Even the positions of the countless stars and the distances between them had to be memorized. Chart masters were also the rarest profession in the entire territory of the star field. They were often passed down to only one person and couldn't be trained in large quantities. because the growth of any chart master required a serious and responsible master to teach them over a long period of time. This was an extremely time-consuming and exhausting task. Even if an outstanding chart master accepted a disciple, they would only accept one or two anymore, and they wouldn't be able to teach them all. The basic star chart masters were also the foundation of their legacy and wouldn't easily be passed down to outsiders. All kinds of information about chart masters flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he suddenly discovered that this profession seemed to be quite extraordinary. Chapter 995. Inside the Purple Star starship, in an extremely luxurious room, a short and fat old man anxiously poured his divine sense into a compass artifact, trying to contact Kumeng in the power room. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any response. What the hell is going on? The short and fat old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and stamped his feet anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, he hurriedly opened the door and prepared to rush to the power room to see the situation himself. But as soon as the door opened, he saw two young men exuding malevolent auras rushing towards him. The old man didn't think too much about it and simply shouted to the two young men, "You two, come here." Shin Tu's eyes lit up as he whispered, "It's this old man. He's the chart master of this starship. I saw him enter the power room that day." Yang Kai nodded and followed behind Shin Tu, quickly arriving in front of the old man. "What's the situation in the power room? Why hasn't Kumeng responded to this old master's message?" The old man shouted angrily. Shin Tu grinned at him, revealing his fangs. "Kumeng is already dead. Of course he can't reply to you." The old man's expression froze for a moment before he realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn around and return to his room, a bright electric snake rushed out from Shin Tu's body and directly wrapped around the old man's body, binding him up. The powerful electric current instantly paralyzed the old man, making him unable to move. "Take him and run." Shin Tu glanced around and determined that no one was paying attention before turning around and flying off in another direction. Yang Kai's face remained cold as he lifted the old man tied up by the electric snake and said lightly, "If you want to live, cooperate obediently, or I'll kill you." Although this chart master from the Purple Star starship wasn't young, his strength wasn't high, only a third-order transcendent. So he had been easily taken down by Shin Tu in a single exchange. Yang Kai had even managed to grab him without any resistance. Generally, chart masters didn't have high cultivations because they devoted a lot of energy and time to studying the mysteries of Star and Starfield, so they didn't have much time to cultivate. This also caused them to be unable to protect themselves when they encountered danger. "Who are you people?" the old man shouted. "Who we are is none of your business. You just need to take us out of this chaotic abyss. Once we leave here, we'll naturally let you go. We promise not to harm a single hair on your head." Shin Tu said coldly as he ran. "Okay, I'll take you away, but you have to go to the engine room of the battleship first, or you'll die." The old man hurriedly shouted. Shin Tu sneered, "Do you think we're fools? It wasn't easy for us to escape from the power room, and there are now many Purple Star cultivators gathered there. If we go there now, wouldn't we be throwing ourselves into a trap? You don't understand. I have my reasons for asking you to go to the power room. I'm not asking you to throw yourself into a trap." The old man's voice was mournful. "If you don't take me there, not only will the three of us die, we won't be able to keep this warship either. It's best if the starship can't be saved. It's none of my business." Shin Tu gloated. "Why can't I get through to you? There's a great danger sweeping through the chaotic abyss right now. If we don't act quickly, none of us will survive." Shin Tu's footsteps came to a halt as he stared back at the old man. "What do you mean? Speak clearly. Look outside yourself." The old man didn't answer, and instead gestured towards the outside. Shin Tu and Yang Kai glanced at each other, both feeling that this old man wasn't being an alarmist, quickly rushing to the side of the corridor and looking out through the transparent window. Outside, there were still huge and beautiful stars, but at this moment, there was a dense halo of light on the surface of these beautiful stars that were rich in heaven and earth energy. They looked illusory, as if they had fallen into the clouds. The powerful territory created by these stars seemed to have become somewhat chaotic. The cultivators from both sides, Sword Union and Purple Star, who were originally engaged in a fierce battle, also stopped fighting and instead flew towards their respective starships in a hurry. They're coming back? What's going on? Shun Tu's face changed drastically. Is it because of the crystal cannon shot I fired? Yang Kai just stared at him, not saying a word. Shun Tu felt quite embarrassed and shrugged his shoulders. I didn't expect it to be like this. I just wanted to vent some of my anger. I don't think it has anything to do with you. Otherwise, the people from Sword Union wouldn't have retreated and would have instead chased after us. Both sides are retreating, so they should have noticed some kind of danger approaching. Yang Kai looked at the old man in his hand and quickly asked, what kind of danger is it? A riot in their territory. You won't be able to sense it from here. The reason they're all coming back is because they sense that the territory of the stars and the chaotic abyss is very different from before, so they don't dare stay outside. We have to leave here quickly. If we're too late, even if we hide inside the starship, we won't be safe. A riot in their territory? Shun Tu's expression changed. The biggest danger in the chaotic abyss. The old man hurriedly explained, do you think the chaotic territory is simply a distraction? You're wrong. The stars in the chaotic abyss contain an unimaginable amount of world energy, and this world energy is constantly in a saturated state, the limit of what this space can withstand. Normally, it can maintain a kind of balance, but if there is excessive stimulation, this balance will be broken and the territory will explode. You can imagine what the result will be, right? Yang Kai and Shun Tu glanced at each other, both of their faces going pale. Do you understand or not? The old man's spittle flew everywhere, not having the slightest awareness of his status as a prisoner. Do you understand? Shun Tu asked faintly. Nonsense. This old master is a chart master. If this old master doesn't understand, who would? The old man reprimanded, leaving Shun Tu speechless. Since you understand, why didn't you stop the two sides before they fought? Isn't it because they fought that the balance of the territory here was broken? Yang Kai stared at him coldly. The old man's expression became awkward, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. He muttered, I only realized it after they started fighting. This old man's astrology is not omniscient and omnipotent. Who would have thought that this place would be so dangerous? Stargazing technique? Yang Kai frowned. It's a mystery that all chart masters are proficient in. I'll explain it to you another day. What do we do now? This old man doesn't look like he's lying. Shun Tu suddenly had no idea what to do. If what this old man said was true, then he and Yang Kai's efforts to capture him were meaningless. Once the territory of the chaotic abyss exploded, they wouldn't even have a place to hide. Staying inside the starship would at least provide them with a layer of protection. This was a Saint King grade high-rank starship. However, many of Purple Star's masters were about to return to the starship. So staying here wasn't a perfect solution. You have an idea. Aren't your thoughts very agile? Shun Tu looked at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, hoping he could point out a way to survive. What is the status of this chart master in Purple Star? Yang Kai suddenly asked. His status is extremely high. Shun Tu looked at the old man. Grandmaster Wu Suo ranks in the top 3 among all of Purple Star's star chart masters. He has always been a highly sought-after figure by the other great forces. You know this old master? The old man looked at Shun Tu in surprise. I've heard of you. Shun Tu grinned. Let's go to the power room, Yang Kai quickly said. Shun Tu's eyes narrowed, seemingly hesitating, but after pondering for a moment, he nodded. I'll do as you say. If what he said is true, Going outside is a dead end. Let's go. Yang Kai picked up the chart master named Wu Sua and returned to the power room. The corridor outside the power room was overcrowded with people. The cultivator who had returned from the chaotic abyss battlefield, and the people who had been left behind on the starship had all rushed over, all of them wanting to know why the crystal cannon had fired just now, not only killing so many enemies but also their own people. They were all very angry, because if they had been unlucky just now, they might have been the ones to be killed. But after learning about the situation inside the power room, their anger was immediately extinguished. There were no survivors inside the power room. Kumeng and a dozen other Saint Realm cultivator had all been killed by an unknown enemy. Inside the power room, a middle-aged man in brocade robes stood with his hands crossed behind his back, his expression dignified. His cold eyes swept the situation inside the power room before stopping at the 2 pairs of shackles that had been opened and coldly snorted, "Waste!" With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see how Kumeng had died. Although he did not know exactly what had happened here, he could guess the general situation. The shackled cultivator had launched a desperate counterattack, taking advantage of Kumeng's carelessness to kill him, snatch the key, and release his companions, setting off a bloody storm inside the power room. After killing everyone, the 2 little rats who had escaped took control of the starship and fired a crystal cannon at the battlefield, causing heavy losses to the Purple Star cultivator. Kumeng, that waste, his death is not worth regretting. The middle-aged man was extremely angry. Just as he was about to order a search for the escaped cultivator, a stern voice suddenly came from outside the power room. "Who are you?" "Quickly release Grandmaster Wu Sua, or else you'll suffer." The middle-aged man's expression turned cold as he looked outside. From the other side, a somewhat cynical voice called out, make way, and don't even think about doing anything. If you make a move, your Grandmaster Wu Sua will be finished." A moment later, a group of 3 figures appeared inside the power room. Of the 2 unfamiliar young men, one was walking in front while the other was gripping Wu Sua's lifeline with a cold expression, his divine sense and Saint Chi enveloping him, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "You dare come back?" Although he had never seen Yang Kai and Shin Tu before, the middle-aged man was certain that these 2 little rats had escaped from the power room and fired the crystal cannons to kill dozens of Purple Star cultivator. Looking at them, the middle-aged man's heart filled with monstrous anger, wishing he could immediately kill them to vent his anger. Chapter 996. Looking at the angry and murderous middle-aged man, Shin Tu couldn't help shrinking his neck and smiling awkwardly. "We didn't want to come back either. No fool would return after escaping from a cage." If it weren't for the fact that they had no other choice, Shin Tu and Yang Kai would have already escaped with Wu Sua. "Grandmaster, you can rest assured with me here, no one will dare hurt you." The middle-aged man looked at Wu Sua and comforted him. "If you try anything funny, I'll kill him immediately." Yang Kai's Saint Chi and divine sense were ready to explode as he coldly swept his eyes around. "Little brat, you dare?" The middle-aged man's complexion changed, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. On the other hand, Wu Sua, who was being held by Yang Kai, stretched out his hand and hurriedly said, "Gui Chun, let's put aside your grievances for now. It wasn't easy for me to convince these 2 to bring me to the power room. The most important thing for us now is to leave here as soon as possible." Listening to him say this, Lu Gui-chen's expression also became dignified. The territory field outside seems to be undergoing some changes. "Grandmaster, what is going on?" "The territory field is about to erupt. Quickly control the starship to turn around." Wu Sua commanded before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Boy, if you want to live, take me to the star array." Yang Kai nodded and followed his instructions, walking to a corner of the power room. Shin Tu followed closely behind, looking around vigilantly. The purple star cultivator also took action, each of them performing their respective duties under Lu Guichen's command and beginning to take control of the starship. On Yang Kai's side, Wu Suo was still firmly under his control. The huge star array was lit up, and in front of Yang Kai, a three-dimensional image of the star field that had been shrunk countless times appeared, creating a magnificent sight. This was the huge star array stored inside the starship, similar to the star array stored inside the Star Shuttle, but much more detailed and complex. Wu Suo immersed himself in this miniature star territory array and began to work on it. He was the chart master of the warship and had the responsibility of guiding the warship. He could find the safest and fastest escape route for the warship in the shortest amount of time. Not long after, on the territory map, which had shrunk countless times, a bright line was lit up by Wu Suo. The source was the current location of the battleship, and the end was where the battleship was headed. If nothing unexpected happened, the warship would follow this route and sail out of the chaotic abyss. After finishing all this, Wu Suo let out a heavy breath and nodded to Lu Guichen. Lu Guichen nodded and ordered the starship to move quickly. 3 Saint Kings, the pressure is great. Shen Tu stood beside Yang Kai and silently observed purple stars line up inside the power room. In addition to Lu Guichen, the Saint King Realm Master, there were 2 other Saint Kings. In addition, there was an endless stream of Saint Realm cultivators. Wu Suo and Yang Kai were like sheep in a pack of wolves, surrounded by so many powerhouses. If they were even the slightest bit careless, they would be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Wu Suo's status wasn't low, so Purple Star didn't dare act rashly. Do you have any good plans? Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai. No, let's take it one step at a time. We'll talk about it after we leave the chaotic abyss. Yang Kai shook his head. Shen Tu sighed faintly, feeling like his luck was extremely bad. He had just been cruising through the chaotic abyss and had accidentally been caught on this starship, but now he had to experience this life and death situation. It was truly torturous. How did these 2 get in? On the other side, Lu Guichen asked in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Lu Shan, who was standing next to him, pursed his lips and said, "The one with the lower strength was brought back by Baya." Baya? Lu Guichen's gaze swept across the crowd and accurately landed on the enchanting beauty, a cold light flashing across his eyes as a cold and gloomy aura burst forth from his mind. Among the crowd, Baya screamed miserably, clutching her head as she screamed in pain. In an instant, her clothes were soaked in sweat, exposing her exquisite figure to everyone's eyes. No one dared to appreciate this beautiful scene. All the purple star cultivators were secretly on edge, not daring to breathe because they knew that Lu Guichen was extremely terrifying when he was angry. "I'll spare your life for now. After this crisis is resolved, I'll settle accounts with you." Lu Guichen coldly snorted. Baya trembled in fear and trepidation as she hurriedly said, "Many thanks, Master, for sparing my life. Subordinate will definitely atone for this crime." Saying so, her beautiful eyes turned towards Yang Kai, a deep hatred flashing across her eyes. She hadn't expected that this young man she didn't put in her eyes would cause such a big mess. If she had known this would happen, even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't have dared to bring Yang Kai back to the starship and would have killed him in the chaotic abyss long ago. She hated Yang Kai so much that she wished she could skin him alive and let him taste all the torture in the world. "Master, the Saint Crystal's energy is not enough." Suddenly, a cultivator hurriedly reported. Lu Guichen's cold eyes suddenly turned towards Yang Kai, and Shen Tu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "I just fired a crystal cannon shot. What are you looking at me for? If you have time to glare at me, you might as well reposition the Saint Crystal." The crystal cannon required an enormous amount of energy. Kumeng had fired it twice before he died, and Shen Tu had fired it again, almost draining all the Saint crystal energy in the power room. Now that the starship had to escape the chaotic abyss at full speed, the remaining energy in the Saint crystal was obviously not enough. There's no time to reposition it. Lu Guichen took a deep breath and shouted, "All cultivators above the second-order Saint realm, come in and provide power to the starship." Many cultivator were bitter expressions as they walked in unwillingly, but under Lu Guichen's gaze, they had no choice but to sit in the position where Yang Kai, Shin Tu, and the others had been sitting before, grabbing the shackles with both hands and allowing them to extract their strength, replacing the Saint crystal's energy with their own Saint Qi. In an instant, the 50 to 60 Saint realm cultivators trembled in pain. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They kept stuffing pills into their mouths while holding Saint crystals in their hands to supplement their own consumption. Shin Tu grinned as he watched the purple star cultivator endure the torture he had suffered before, seemingly very happy. With the 50 to 60 cultivators providing energy, the starship's speed seemed to increase significantly. But in the next moment, with a loud hum, the starship's speed suddenly slowed down. Not only that, there seemed to be a huge force pulling on the starship, preventing it from moving forward. Under the influence of this force, the starship began to retreat faster and faster. "It's too late. It's too late." Wu Sua's face went ashen as his body trembled like a sieve, muttering unconsciously, "It's all over now." As soon as he said this, the entire starship seemed to have lost control and began flying towards a certain spot in the star field, causing everyone to lose their footing and be thrown around in the power room. "Look outside!" Someone suddenly screamed. Everyone turned their eyes to the window. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as an uncontrollable sense of horror filled the depths of his heart. Outside, the huge stars were erupting with an unimaginable amount of energy. This energy was visible to the naked eye and was extremely rich. Halos of light and ripples spread out from these huge stars, spreading across the entire chaotic abyss. The territory fields created by these stars also exploded, creating a series of chaotic chain reactions. At the very center of the chaotic abyss, a huge black hole that seemed capable of swallowing all things appeared. The Saint King grade high-rank starship everyone was on was rushing towards this black hole. This black hole was like the maw of a great beast, ready to swallow it whole. Sensing the aura of death, whether it was transcendence, saints, or Saint Kings, all of them realized how small and insignificant they were at this moment. In front of this black hole, no one could guarantee they would be safe. Lu Guichen shouted as he tried to command the purple star cultivator to stabilize the starship, but to no avail. So this is the real danger of the chaotic abyss. At this critical moment, Shin Tu suddenly said to Yang Kai, "No wonder no one knows about it. Once you see this kind of danger, all you can do is wait for death." "Wait for death." Yang Kai glanced over at him and coldly snorted, "I won't just sit here and wait for death." "Heh, neither will I." "Hey, isn't that Sword Union starship?" Shin Tu pointed out the window and shouted. Yang Kai looked over in that direction and was suddenly speechless. Purple Star starship was being pulled by the black hole and was quickly rushing towards it. Sword Union starship was no exception. This starship was constantly rotating as it flew towards Yang Kai. As it rotated, the sturdy material outside the starship was constantly being peeled off and sucked into the black hole. Yang Kai estimated that the starship he was on was in the same situation. The two starships were originally fleeing in different directions, but none of them succeeded, both of them being pinned down. If things continued this way, before they were swallowed by the black hole, the two starships would collide. That kind of disaster would definitely be devastating. "Brother, I wish you good luck. I hope you can escape this disaster," Shin Tu said solemnly. Shin Tu said solemnly before immediately sitting down cross-legged. In the next moment, electricity surged from his body and wrapped around him, forming a cocoon around him. He obviously noticed that something was wrong and wanted to use his strongest defense to withstand the force of the collision in order to find a way to survive. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to him and even gave up on Wu Suo, who was originally in his hand. At this time, the people from Purple Star had no time to care about him. Everyone was in danger, and the situation was chaotic, so no one came to find trouble with him. Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he stared intently at the Sword Union starship approaching from the side. The distance between the two starships was getting closer and closer, and just as the two starships were about to collide, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. Summoning his Saint-grade, top-rank silver leaf artifact first, Yang Kai transformed it into a silver river that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he also used his 9 Heavens Divine skills. A series of grand, heavenly shields appeared and surrounded Yang Kai from all directions. Chapter 997. Inside the Purple Star starship, Yang Kai wasn't stingy with his Saint Chi. He didn't know how many grand heavenly shields he had condensed, but there were at least 100 of them. The Yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's Dantian had also been consumed by more than 20 drops. Next, Yang Kai used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy as invisible demon crests appeared on his physique, enhancing his vitality and physical defense. He had done everything he could, and the rest was up to fate. The sound of an earth-shattering collision reached Yang Kai's ears, almost tearing his eardrums apart. At the same time, he felt the Saint King grade high-rank starship tremble violently and disintegrate in an instant. Screams rang out one after another as the originally exuberant life auras were suddenly annihilated. At the moment of impact, countless Purple Star Cultivator were killed or injured. Yang Kai also felt like he was a canoe sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of being overturned at any moment. The grand heavenly shields protecting him shattered one after another, filling the air with a despairing sound. More than 100 grand heavenly shields disappeared in just 2 breaths of time. Then he saw the cartographer, named Wu Suo, driven by habit, fly in front of him and explode into a bloody mist, not leaving behind a corpse. Immediately afterward, a series of cracking sounds rang out from all over Yang Kai's body, as if all his bones were being crushed into dust. Asterisk fragments of the starship shot out in all directions like lightning as a huge shockwave swept out, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yang Kai felt as if he had been hit by something and immediately lost consciousness. Inside the chaotic abyss, the 2 Saint King grade high-rank starships collided and both shattered into pieces. Sword Union's Purple Star Cultivator and the debris were all swallowed up by the huge black hole, leaving no trace behind. After a long time, the chaotic territory field of the chaotic abyss gradually stabilized. As the territory field stabilized, the huge black hole in the star field also gradually shrank and disappeared. Finally, the chaotic abyss regained its calm. No one could have imagined that not long ago, 2 starships had clashed here, and the cultivator on both sides had launched a desperate struggle. Yang Kai woke up slowly, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a 7-colored sky that was so beautiful it was as if he didn't belong to this world. Yang Kai tried to move his eyes, but was unable to perceive his own existence. His whole body was in a state of paralysis, and he couldn't feel anything. Yang Kai began to move his hands and feet, trying to speed up the flow of blood in his body to ease the paralysis. Gradually, pain came from all over his body, as if he had been hit by a mountain from all directions, causing him to grimace in pain. He suddenly recalled everything that had happened to him before he fainted and panted heavily. He rejoiced at the fact that he had survived a calamity. Only then did he suddenly realize that he seemed to be in a state of weightlessness and was falling down at an extremely fast speed. Circulating his strength with great difficulty, Yang Kai straightened his body and looked around. Yang Kai's eyes sex origin star field, SSSS body, SS forces star, S Yang star field domain. Yang Kite, S as this continent was extremely strange, as if it was suspended in the air without any force supporting it. This continent was not small. Yang Kai, who was several thousand meters above the ground, estimated that it was as large as the entire Great Han country. The scenery was beautiful, lush, and filled with the fragrance of flowers. Where is this? Yang Kai frowned. He knew nothing about the star territory. All he knew was some information he had obtained while chatting with Shin-Tu in the power room. However, he knew that this place was definitely not any of the stars in the chaotic abyss. This was because he had seen those stars from afar before, and none of them matched the continent below. The Purple Star starship had an accident in the chaotic abyss, colliding with the Sword Union starship, and then being swallowed by the huge black hole. So, how did it end up in this floating continent? In other words, the huge black hole might be a void corridor with a teleportation effect. However, no matter how he looked at it, this place didn't look like a mysterious small world. Instead, it looked more like a strange space in the chaotic abyss. In addition to the huge island-like continent, there was a 7-colored sky in all directions, and the air was filled with rich world energy, making one feel relaxed and happy. It seemed that the rich energy of the chaotic abyss had all gathered here. Yang Kai pondered as he let himself fall. After a while, he suddenly realized that his situation was not good. He could survive that devastating disaster. So, naturally, the masters of Purple Star could as well. While he was lost in thought, a number of people woke up near him, one after another, looking around blankly. Among them was the beautiful woman named Baiya. Yang Kai secretly hid his body behind a piece of starship debris and began searching for Shin Tuesday. What made him feel regretful was that he did not find Shin-Tu, nor did he know whether he had survived the disaster or not. Up in the sky, many people set up streaks of light and began rescuing their companions who were still alive. Others took advantage of the fact that their enemies were still unconscious to send them into a deep sleep forever. In some places, small-scale battles had already broken out. The people of Purple Star and Sword Union had all fallen into the same place, so naturally they would not get along well. Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to sneak away, trying to get as far away as possible from this place as possible. But as soon as his figure was exposed, a flustered and exasperated shout rang out in his ear, "Little bastard, where do you think you're going?" The first thing Baiya did when she opened her eyes was to look for Yang Kai. Because of Yang Kai, she was blamed by Lu Guichun and suffered a divine sense attack from him, almost leaving behind some internal injuries. She hated Yang Kai to the bone. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, she noticed it. As she spoke, a dragon bone whip suddenly appeared in Qian Jade's hand. This dragon bone whip was obviously of extraordinary grade, like an azure dragon emerging from its lair. In the next instant, the figure of a giant dragon appeared in the air and a series of indestructible wind blades shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no intention of being entangled with her and simply sent out a palm strike towards the dragon bone whip, using the rebound force to quickly fly downwards. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded nearby, and Yang Kai paled. Turning his head, he found that the Saint King Realm Master, named Lu Guichun, had at some point appeared beside him. He stared at Yang Kai indifferently and ruthlessly, as if he was looking at an ant, then stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Lu Guichun's movements were not fast, but Yang Kai found that in front of him, he actually felt an irresistible sense of defeat, as if this man only needed to send out a single divine sense to destroy his mind. Yang Kai was horrified. The next moment, Lu Guichen caught Yang Kai in his hand and asked coldly, "Where is Grandmaster Wusuo?" Before the starship's accident, the closest person to Grandmaster Wusuo was Yang Kai. Lu Guichen had only taken the initiative to find Yang Kai because he wanted to ask about Wusuo. Otherwise, with his status and strength, how could he lower himself like this? "He's dead." Although he had already guessed this when he heard Yang Kai's answer, Lu Guichen's expression still darkened. Now that their purple star cultivator was trapped in this place, their only hope was a chart master, because only a chart master had the most knowledge of the star territory and was most likely to find a way out. As such, Lu Guichen lost interest in Yang Kai and tossed him to Baiya. "If something goes wrong this time, you'll have to end your own life." Lu Guichen coldly snorted. "Master can rest assured. I will definitely suck his blood essence dry and let him die without a burial." Baiya ground her teeth, her beautiful face filled with a crazed light like a viper or a scorpion. Saying so, her beautiful eyes glared towards Yang Kai, as if she couldn't wait to suck Yang Kai dry right now. Yang Kai wore a bitter expression and didn't say a word. He couldn't use his strength at this moment. He didn't know what Lu Guichen had done to him, but he couldn't use his strength at all. Yang Kai's physical strength was just a bit stronger, but he wasn't Baiya's opponent at all. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai clearly realized the huge gap between the Saint King realm and the Saint realm. Moreover, this Lu Guichen wasn't an ordinary Saint King. In this realm, he must have extremely high attainments. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to capture Yang Kai so easily. Baiya grabbed Yang Kai and didn't pay any attention to the others, flying all the way down and landing on the floating continent a short time later. She took a deep breath of the fresh air of this continent, enjoying the joy of surviving a calamity as well as the palpitations of escaping death, her full breasts heaving up and down in an exaggerated manner. Her dress was also quite bold and unrestrained. The lapels of her robes were wide open, revealing a large expanse of tender white skin and charming cleavage. "Why don't we discuss this?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "Little brat, don't waste your breath," Baiya sneered. "No matter what, you won't be able to escape this time." "I'll definitely eat you up." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and motioned to the front. "Those from Sword Union who are still alive have also come down. You'll probably have to fight soon, so I'll help you kill them, but you won't touch me. How about it?" "When did I touch you?" Baiya seemed to become angry out of shame as she swept her eyes over him disdainfully. "Besides, you're just a first-order saint. Who can you kill? Why don't you take a look at yourself first?" "I killed Kameng," Yang Kai said lightly. Baiya couldn't help curling her lips as she stared at him in shock. Kameng was too careless, wasn't he? She obviously believed that the reason Kameng was killed by Yang Kai was because he was too careless, not because Yang Kai was skilled enough to kill him. "No matter what, I won't believe you. This old lady has never been deceived by a man before. You're the first," Baiya sneered. "So, when the situation stabilizes, elder sister will take good care of you. I won't let you down." She grit her teeth as she spoke, seemingly holding a grudge. Yang Kai shook his head and stopped talking nonsense with her, instead beginning to examine his own condition. Chapter 998. After a quick investigation, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he wasn't seriously injured. Because his bones had been fused with the unyielding golden skeleton of the great demon god, they were exceptionally strong, so he hadn't suffered any damage in the disaster just now. Only his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been displaced, and there were many bruises and scars all over his body. These were all minor injuries, and with Yang Kai's current restorative ability, he didn't even need to take any pills, and would be fully healed in half a day. The only problem was the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. The yuan qi in his meridians seemed to have been shackled and couldn't flow freely, but his spiritual energy wasn't affected. It was probably because Lu Guei-chin felt that Yang Kai's strength was too low and wasn't worthy of being treated seriously. This gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. If he could use his spiritual energy, he could find an opportunity to escape. He wasn't afraid of Bai Ye. What he feared was a Saint King realm master like Lu Guei-chin. When he was looking down from the sky just now, Yang Kai knew that this continent wasn't very large, so if he couldn't escape without leaving a trace, once they started searching, there would be no place for him to hide. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made a decision in his heart. Next, he immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. As soon as he entered his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar was stunned. This was because he had discovered that balls of divine soul energy had appeared in his sea of consciousness at an unknown time. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 to 50 balls of divine soul energy, and the energy contained within them varied in strength. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he suddenly realized that these spiritual energy masses should have been left behind by the cultivator, who had died beside him during the disaster. The demon eye of annihilation not only could purify the souls of others, but it could also autonomously draw in the spiritual energy left behind by others after they died. These things must have been drawn into his knowledge sea by the demon eye of annihilation while he was unconscious. This was really an unexpected gain. There wasn't enough time. So Yang Kai didn't carefully investigate the spiritual energy masses suspended above his knowledge sea, only giving them a cursory examination. Most of these spiritual energy masses belonged to a Saint Realm cultivator, but among them, Yang Kai actually found a mass of spiritual energy that belonged to a Saint King Realm Master. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Even a Saint King Realm Master didn't survive that disaster. So it was obvious just how destructive the collision of the two starships had been when they were swallowed by the black hole. Those who were still alive today should be grateful that their luck was not as bad as the Saint King Realm Master. By Ye's soul avatar, spiritual energy masses of these spiritual energy masses, so he could only wait and wait until he had an opportunity to absorb them later. The comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao of a Saint King Realm cultivator was something Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing. When Yang Kai avatar's avatar Yang Kai, he's TSS Star, and SSS Purple Star's cultivator and Sword Union's cultivator were entangled in groups of 3 or 4. None of them had yet to recover from the disaster, and were now venting their anger on the other side, fighting to the bitter end. Lu Guei-chin was also entangled by a dignified and mature, beautiful woman. This beautiful woman exuded a noble and graceful aura, but her strength was surprisingly high, not inferior to Lu Guei-chin in the slightest. She held a square sword box in her hand, and from this sword box shot out a series of powerful rainbow lights towards Lu Guei-chin. These rainbow lights flickered in and out, varying in length and shape. Clearly, they were all high-grade sword artifacts. Lu Guei-chin didn't dare show the slightest carelessness when facing this beautiful woman, wearing a set of golden armor. He held a short spear in his hand. This short spear exuded a strong energy fluctuation, giving him the appearance of a powerful general. Golden light danced in the air and clashed with the incoming swords. The two sides fought mid-air, exchanging blows back and forth, creating a lively scene. All the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators stayed far away from the battlefield, fearing they would be caught up in it. Yang Kai's eyes wandered around the battlefield, trying to find an opportunity to escape. While looking around, he turned to Bai Ye and asked, "They're really fighting. Don't you need to help?" Bai Ye glanced over at him and giggled. "You want to find a chance to escape? My strength has been sealed. Where can I run to?" "Don't worry, just go fight. I'll wait here for you. A woman like you, I also want to taste what it's like." "Is that so?" Bai Ye's face suddenly glowed, becoming even more alluring, her red lips quivering slightly as her breasts rippled like a mountain, creating a mesmerizing wave that would make anyone who looked at her feel intoxicated. leaving no doubt that there was an amazing elasticity hidden in her body. Her smile disappeared as she stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Don't waste your time. I won't give you a chance. I'd rather watch the battle from here than let you escape." "Why bother?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, feeling helpless. Baya had made up her mind not to relax her surveillance of him, so there was nothing he could do. At that moment, two beautiful white figures suddenly flew past in front of them, seemingly chasing a purple star cultivator. When they passed by Yang Kai and Baya, a soft voice called out. Immediately, the two of them stopped at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai in amazement. The older woman showed a look of pleasant surprise. "How come it's you?" "It's you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. These two women were none other than the first group of cultivators he had encountered when he arrived in Star Territory, He Zhao and He Miao of Sword Union. Seeing them, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. He suddenly discovered that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. "You're here. So, Sword Union's people found you?" Yang Kai asked casually. He Miao nodded heavily and said cheerfully, "Not long after we separated from you, Master brought some people to find us, but those Purple Star people were too hateful and kept chasing after us. As a result, all of us ended up here. Yet they still wanted to fight, so we decided to accompany them to the end." "Why are you here?" Hizeo was much more mature and quickly noticed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was standing next to a Purple Star cultivator, and although there were no signs of abuse, his strength was obviously sealed. He was under the control of his opponent. The Purple Star woman, on the other hand, was secretly circulating her strength, as if she could attack at any time. "It's a long story." Yang Kai coughed dryly. "You wouldn't be this slut's gigolo, right?" He Miao covered her mouth and exclaimed, a look of disbelief filling her pretty face as her expression became ambiguous and disgusted. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected He Miao to actually recognize Baya. Only now did he understand that Chen Tu's claim that Baya's beauty was well known was not an exaggeration. "Little girl, you really have no manners." Baya's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. He Miao calling her a slut obviously angered her. "Didn't your parents teach you how to treat others with courtesy?" "Bah, who in Star Territory doesn't know about your affairs? Yet you still have the nerve to talk about manners? Do you have any manners at all?" He Miao snorted as she waved the long sword in her hand, drawing a sword flower as she shouted, "Elder sister, let's not waste words with him. Let's go." He Zhao didn't say a word, gently nodding as she signaled to Yang Kai with her eyes. Together with her younger sister, the two of them covered their tender bodies in sword light and rushed forward. Before they even arrived, a biting cold sword chi swept out like a cold winter wind, causing the ground to crack as a series of sword scars appeared. Baya shouted and lashed out with her dragon bone whip, summoning the phantom of an azure dragon that opened its bloody maw towards the two sisters. At the same time, a series of wind blades were sent towards Hizeo and He Miao's delicate necks. The three figures were instantly entangled together. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai quickly escaped. Baya was just a third-order saint. Hizeo was also in the same realm, and although He Miao was slightly weaker, she was still a second-order saint. With the two sisters working together, Baya would definitely not be able to win. As such, he wasn't worried about the safety of Hizeo and He Miao at all. Right now, Yang Kai's main concern was to escape as quickly as possible. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and although he couldn't use his Saint Chi, the strength of his physique allowed him to escape from the chaotic battlefield in just a few breaths. Finding a secluded place, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and vigilantly tried to circulate the Saint Chi in his body to resolve the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. The battle between the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator continued. Both sides had a deep hatred for each other, and neither was willing to back down. More and more cultivators were being killed, their corpses strewn across the battlefield. Yang Kai just stood on the sidelines and stayed out of this. Fortunately, no one came to find trouble with him. Suddenly, his eyes turned towards a certain direction, and a strange look appeared on his face. There, a gray-haired old man in a blue robe was searching for something. He was indifferent to everything around him and was simply searching the area where the starship fragments had fallen. From time to time, he would pick up a piece of the starship fragment from the ground and knock it with his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The ring on his finger flashed, and he put it away into his space ring. After a short while, he had collected several dozen pieces of the starship. These pieces were of different sizes, but all of them were of good quality. To be able to survive such a disaster, these materials were at least refined from Saint King grade high rank ores. As he picked up the starship fragments, he would occasionally mutter to himself and laugh a few times, seemingly very satisfied. Such a strange person shuttling through the chaotic battlefield naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, Yang Kai was surprised to find that whether it was the cultivator from Purple Star or the cultivator from Sword Union, they all wanted to find trouble with him. No matter who approached within 10 meters of him, they would be pushed back by an invisible force. The cultivator who had gone to find trouble with him immediately realized that this old man was not to be trifled with and quickly retreated, no longer daring to approach him. As such, Yang Kai continued to collect the starship fragments peacefully. The strange behavior of this old man finally attracted the attention of the real masters, Lu Guichen and the beautiful woman from Sword Union, who were fighting in the sky, retreated at the same time, opening up some distance between them, exchanging glances with each other while paying close attention to the old man below. Chapter 999. This strange old man gave Lu Guichen and the beautiful woman from Sword Union an unusual feeling, so although the two of them had stopped fighting, they were still silently paying attention to this old man. You and I are old acquaintances. We both know that neither of us can do anything to the other. How about we end today's battle here? I think whether it's your people or mine, both of them need to recover. Lu Guichen crossed his hands behind his back and said to the beautiful woman from Sword Union. The beautiful woman, named Yushi, hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Good. I knew you'd be easy to talk to. Lu Guichen laughed, taking the lead to put away his golden armor and his short spear. Frowning as he said, Yushi, I have a question I have to ask. If you have something to say, then say it. Yushi's pretty face showed a trace of impatience, her tone also quite impolite. Lu Guichen curled his lips disdainfully, stretching out his hand and pointing down. Is this old man from your Sword Union? Why haven't I seen him before? When he asked this, Yushi's expression suddenly became strange, as she asked suspiciously, He's not one of your people? Lu Guichen was startled and slowly shook his head. The two of them looked at each other, and suddenly their eyes lit up, shouting at the same time, There was someone here before? As soon as these words fell, the two of them turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the old man who was picking up the debris of the starship below. Where this place was and what kind of dangers lurked, neither Lu Guichen nor Yushi knew. But at this moment, right under their noses, a native had suddenly appeared. They naturally wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. They wanted to snatch this old man and get the information here before the other party. In this kind of unknown place, if they had enough information, they might be able to gain an absolute advantage. This was something they knew better than anyone else. As such, without saying a word, the two of them attacked simultaneously. The auras of two Saint King realm masters spread out in all directions, far stronger than when they were fighting just now. Both of them revealed an aura that indicated they were determined to win. Lu Guichen and Yushi had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. Their strength was roughly equal. So the two of them rushed up to the old man almost at the same time, each of them grabbing one of the old man's arms and staring at each other, neither willing to back down. The old man had just picked up a piece of starship debris, but before he could put it into his space ring, he was suddenly struck dumb, and his body stiffened in place, unable to move. Then his expression became strange as a look of interest appeared on his face. While the two Saint King Realm Masters were confronting each other, Yang Kai casually put the starship fragment into his space ring. This strange action stunned Lu Guichen and Yushi at the same time, but in the next moment, they realized that something was wrong. This old man was either a madman or a very capable person who didn't care about the two of them at all. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The latter was more likely. As such, Lu Guichen and Yushi both let go, wanting to get away from this strange old man. However, at that moment, a crazy suction force suddenly emerged from the old man's body, and it was as if his body had turned into a swamp that Lu Guichen and Yushi were unable to extricate themselves from. In the next moment, the two of them felt their Saint Chi rapidly drain and pour into the old man's body. The two of them were horrified, and Yushi even screamed. As the strength of the two of them was absorbed, the old man's complexion became more and more ruddy, as if he had been greatly nourished. Even his white hair gradually became glossy and dark. The old man grinned towards the two of them silently and mysteriously. Only then did an extremely dangerous aura emerge from the old man's body. As this aura spread out, everyone couldn't help shivering and stopping what they were doing. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in their ears as a cold wind blew. This old man's aura alone was enough to make everyone feel as if they had fallen into the 9 hells of purgatory, experiencing a mental torture worse than death. You two little things are looking down on people too much. This old man hasn't seen such a lively scene for many years. This time, I'll spare your lives. If you dare to do it again, I'll definitely make your souls scatter. The old man laughed maliciously. His body shook, and an incomparably huge impact burst out from his body. Lu Guichen and Yushi both screamed as they were sent flying backwards, like kites whose strings had been cut, coughing up a mouthful of blood as they flew through the air, their expressions becoming sluggish and dispirited, being crazily absorbed by the old man. They almost died on the spot. Steadying themselves, they turned to look at the old man again, their eyes filled with horror. Yang Kai's eyes also trembled violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Lu Guichen's heaven-defying cultivation was something he had personally experienced. In front of Lu Guichen, he had no room to resist at all. Lu Guichen was at least a second-order Saint King, possibly even a third-order Saint King. But such a master in front of this strange old man was no different from a 3-year-old child. What kind of cultivation did this old man have? Yang Kai couldn't even begin to imagine. And, right, it's rare for so many people to come here. Tell your people to stop fighting. If one of them dies, it'll soon be deserted again. The old man thought for a moment before suddenly ordering. Lu Guichen and Yushi stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding quickly. Will obey senior's instructions. After witnessing the strength of this old man, they no longer dared to act rashly. This was because they all knew that if this old man wanted to, he could easily kill everyone here. His strength was not something they could resist. Even if you die, you can't let it go to waste. I'll let you in. The old man seemed to be muttering to himself. With a flick of his hand, a pitch-black flag suddenly appeared. This flag exuded a gloomy aura, and many illusory figures of people and beasts could be vaguely seen surging within it. These figures were clearly soul avatars, and each one of them was incomparably powerful, causing one's heart to palpitate. All of them were bound to this flag, and seemed to have lost their consciousness, turning into bloodthirsty and cruel, resentful spirits. As the flag fluttered in the wind, The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling filled the air. A series of translucent soul avatars emerged from the bodies of the dead cultivator, and as if they were being summoned, they all rushed towards the flag. A short time later, the black flag had accepted 30 to 40 cultivator soul avatars. As if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, ripples began to appear on the surface of the black flag. The resentful spirits that had been bound to it began to surge madly, competing to devour the new soul avatars that had just entered. The sound of chewing was incessant, directly reaching one's soul. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen soul avatars belonging to the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were completely devoured, as if they had never existed. The gloomy aura emanating from the black flag thickened a little. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll take you all in. The old man looked around with a sinister smile and put away the black flag. Everyone's face was pale, and no one dared to answer. After witnessing the scene just now, how could they dare to act rashly? After death, even one soul would be devoured. This was even more terrifying than death. So, everyone became obedient and restrained their strength. Find a place to live and familiarize yourself with the environment first. And I have to tell you that there is no danger here, and there are plenty of resources and world energy very suitable for cultivation. Do not approach within 50 kilometers of that mountain. That is where this old master lives, and anyone who dares to approach will have to bear the consequences. The old man then pointed at a nearby mountain peak and spoke endlessly as if he hadn't spoken for many years. Only then did he float away and disappear in the blink of an eye. Even after he left for a long time, no one dared to make any moves. Everyone was frozen in place. Everyone's hearts were beating violently, and people were constantly swallowing their saliva. Lu Gui-chun and Yushi stared at each other from a great distance, speechless for a while. Immediately, they took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths before taking out Saint crystals and beginning to restore their strength. After an hour, the two of them stood up, one after the other. It wasn't until they moved that the surviving Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator dared to breathe and gather around the two of them. Yong-kai, Yong-kai. Not far away, a voice called out. Yong-kai looked up and saw He Miao waving at him with a pale face. Yong-kai stood up and walked over to them. A few dozen meters away, Baya grit her teeth and glared towards him hatefully, but she didn't dare to make any move to stop him. That old man had said that if anyone dared to cause trouble again, he would take their soul avatar into the black flag. Baya didn't dare provoke that old man. Many thanks, Yong-kai walked over to Hizeo and He Miao and sincerely thanked them. If it weren't for them restraining Baya just now, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to escape and wait for that old man to show his power. No need. Hizeo shook her head. We owe you. Who was that old man? He scared me to death just now. He Miao patted her chest, a look of lingering fear on her face. Master should have noticed something. Hizeo looked at the beautiful woman Yushi thoughtfully. In any case, with his words, Purple Star's people won't dare act recklessly. So this place is safe for the time being. Yong-kai, is your strength sealed? That Lu Gui-chun must have done something to it. Yong-kai nodded. Come with me. I'll take you to see Master and ask him to help you lift the seal on your body. I'll have to trouble you too. Yong-kai's eyes lit up. No need to be so polite. He Miao giggled, finally recovering some of her spirit. If you hadn't given me and my elder sister some restorative pills before, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until Master came to save us. We still owe you our lives. Small matter. Kai Yong faintly nodded his head, neither warm nor cold, just like how he would treat a stranger he had met by chance. Following Hizeo and He Miao towards the place where the Sword Union people were gathered, Yong-kai soon arrived in front of the beautiful woman Yushi. Chapter 1000. The Sword Union's Yushi was a middle-aged beauty. She had a voluptuous figure, a graceful waist, and slender legs. The pure white dress that covered her body was just right, and on her chest was the unique sword symbol of the sword union. Her delicate body exuded a mature and dignified temperament. The two sisters, Hizeo and Himiao, led Yang Kai over to her and called out respectfully. Yushi's face was still a little pale, and her white robes were stained red, but after hearing these words, she turned a suspicious look towards Yang Kai behind them and asked slightly vigilantly, "Why did you bring someone from Purple Star here?" She had never seen Yang Kai before, so naturally she thought Yang Kai was a cultivator from Purple Star. "Master, he's not from Purple Star." Himiao walked up and took Yushi's arm, pointing to Yang Kai and smiling as she introduced him. "He's the one who gave me and my elder sister those crystal stones and pills in the chaotic abyss. His name is Yang Kai." "It's him?" Yushi raised her brow, seemingly a little surprised. When she found Hizeo and Himiao in the chaotic abyss, she had heard the two sisters talk about what had happened during that time and knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai providing them with some restorative pills, the two sisters would have long since collapsed. However, she still had some doubts about Yang Kai's origins. How could a little First-Order Saint cultivator run to the chaotic abyss for no reason? Did he have such ability? Thinking so in her heart, Yushi's expression didn't change as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "Young man, thank you for taking care of my two disciples before. Senior is too polite." Yang Kai nodded lightly. It was only a slight effort. "Good, you provided some help to Hizeo and Himiao before, so I'll give you 1,000 Saint crystals as a thank you gift." Saying so, Yushi stretched out her hand and gestured to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, looked Yang Kai up and down, and asked, "Friend, where is your space ring?" Yang Kai was stunned and shook his head. "I don't have such a thing." The cultivator looked at Yushi with some embarrassment. Yang Kai didn't have a space ring, so even if he wanted to hand over 1,000 Saint crystals, he couldn't. Yushi frowned and ordered, "Give him your space ring. It's not something too valuable anyway." "Yes." The cultivator nodded, the space ring on his finger ring, and handed it over to his companion for safekeeping. A moment later, he took off his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "There are still 1,000 Saint crystals left in here. Count, you count." "I didn't come here for a reward," Yang Kai said with a strange expression. He suddenly felt that Yushi seemed to be in a hurry to get rid of him, fearing that he would continue to stay here. He didn't know why. "Then what do you want?" Yushi frowned, looking a little displeased. The cultivator who handed over the space ring also grinned and said, "Friend, 1,000 Saint crystals is not a small amount. I also gave you a storage artifact. You should be satisfied, right?" I said, "I don't want a reward." Yang Kai also frowned, suddenly realizing that the other party seemed to think he was trying to get something in return. This made him feel very uncomfortable. "Master, it's like this." Hizeo walked up and said, "He has been sealed by Lu Guichen and can't use his strength, so he wants to ask you to help lift the seal." "He can't use his strength?" Yushi looked at Yang Kai in surprise, sweeping him with her divine sense to confirm before saying, "Let me see." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and pointed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't move. Although the other party's misunderstanding made him a little unhappy, the most important thing right now was to lift the seal on his body. So he obediently cooperated. Yushi's finger touched Yang Kai's forehead, and a stream of energy flowed from her finger into Yang Kai's body. He didn't know why, but Kai Yang suddenly had a wonderful feeling. Wherever the energy flowed, he felt extremely comfortable, and his whole body involuntarily relaxed. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed. As if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling as he retreated a few steps, avoiding Yushi's finger as he stared at her gloomily. This woman, just now, she had actually secretly inserted a strand of divine sense into his sea of consciousness. If he hadn't reacted quickly and sealed off his knowledge sea, Yang Kai estimated that the secrets of his knowledge C would have been exposed to her. In Yang Kai's knowledge C, there was the six-colored soul warming lotus, his conflagrated knowledge C, and the demon eye of annihilation that had merged with his body. No matter which one it was, he could perfectly hide them normally, but once someone spied on his knowledge C, he could no longer hide, regardless of what Yushi's purpose was. She had already violated Yang Kai's bottom line, so he immediately avoided her. Yushi's pretty face showed a trace of surprise, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's senses to be so sharp that he was able to perceive her actions. Yang Kai, what's wrong? Miao saw Yang Kai's expression change and was shocked, quickly asking, It's nothing. Senior's cultivation is too high, so I couldn't bear the force that entered my body. Yang Kai explained casually, not telling the truth because it wouldn't benefit him at all. Yushi was startled for a moment before smiling. My hands and feet were too heavy, causing you to be frightened. Master, has the seal on his body been broken? Hizeo asked with concern. Yushi shook her head and said bitterly, If it was before, I could have undone it, but I was injured by that old man just now, so I am temporarily unable to undo the seal on his body. Hizeo and Miao suddenly showed a look of disappointment before turning to Yang Kai, the two sisters both wearing apologetic looks. It's nothing. If you can't undo it, then forget it. Yang Kai wasn't disappointed at all. Reaching out and taking the space ring from the cultivator next to Yushi, cupping his fists, and saying, In any case, many thanks for Senior's kindness and generous gift. Saying so, he turned around and left. Yang Kai, don't worry, Master will be able to help you after a few days of recovery. Miao called out innocently, but receiving no response, she couldn't help but pout. Why does he seem a little angry? This little brat is very suspicious. The cultivator next to you, she stared at Yang Kai's back, according to what two junior sisters said. He should be wandering the chaotic abyss. So how could he be with someone from Purple Star? For him to appear here, he was clearly on Purple Star's starship. On top of that, he's just a little first-order Saint cultivator. Why would Lu Guichen spend so much effort to restrain his strength? What do you mean? Hizeo looked at the man. The cultivator grinned meaningfully. I just think that two masters shouldn't have been deceived by him, right? Perhaps he really is someone from Purple Star who pretended to accidentally meet you in the chaotic abyss and then inquired about information from you. I remember you saying that you met him twice, right? So what? Hizeo's brow furrowed. Nothing. Junior sister, don't be angry. I just wanted to remind you. You've been cultivating with Master all this time and haven't come out much. The outside world is chaotic, the man explained with a smile, as if he really was just casually saying this. Elder sister, he wouldn't really be someone from Purple Star, right? Hearing what her brother said, Miao also became a little suspicious. Unlikely. Hizeo shook her head slowly. Hizeo slowly shook her head. The two times she had met Yang Kai, he had not inquired about any important information from her and her sister, and the second time they had met, he had even given them some crystal stones and pills for free. If he really was someone from Purple Star, there was no need for him to do such a thing. All he needed to do was leak the news to Lu Guichen, and they wouldn't have been able to wait for their master to arrive. As such, she didn't believe her brother's speculation. There's nothing wrong with being careful, Yushi said. Master, Hizeo looked at Yushi strangely, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. What do you want to say? No, nothing, Master. You should rest first. Hizeo swallowed the words she was about to say. She originally wanted to ask her master if she really couldn't lift the seal on Yang Kai's body, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Looking at the lonely figure of Yang Kai leaving, Hizeo couldn't help feeling a little upset. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai had saved her and her sister's lives, something that a single space ring and 1,000 saint crystals couldn't offset. Sighing faintly, Hizeo winked at her sister, and the two of them quietly walked out. After the two sisters left, Yushi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes and said to the cultivator, Wei Wu, pay attention to that young man's movements. Don't let Izao and he Miao have too much contact with him. I think there's something wrong with him. Wei Wu's eyes lit up, and he quickly cupped his fists. Yushi's beautiful eyes became deep as she whispered softly, "Why is he so strange?" The moment her divine sense pierced into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, she suddenly felt a sense of panic, but because Yang Kai had sealed his knowledge sea in time, that feeling had only lasted for a moment, so Yushi hadn't noticed it too clearly. She didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in his knowledge sea. However, after this incident, his origins became even more thought-provoking. Yushi had no choice but to act cautiously, lest her two apprentices really be deceived by this young man. She understood the personalities of her apprentices best. They were kind, didn't cause trouble, and knew how to repay kindness. This young man had saved their lives, so they would definitely want to repay his kindness. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would definitely be troublesome. Yang Kai stayed away from the Sword Union people and found a place to sit down alone. He felt that it was best for him not to approach Yushi. This beautiful woman was obviously suspicious of his knowledge sea, and her attitude towards him wasn't very good. Purple Star's people didn't dare to provoke him now, so Yang Kai estimated that he would be safe for the time being. Relaxing his mind and body, Yang Kai finally felt the richness of this world's world energy. At the moment, he couldn't use the power in his body or circulate his secret art, but the surrounding world energy still flowed into his body on its own accord, penetrating his skin and merging into his flesh, allowing him to enjoy himself to his heart's content. Chapter 1001. On this inexplicably strange floating continent. The scenery was picturesque, and the world energy aura was extremely dense. Above the entire continent, a thick layer of mist was formed when the world energy aura reached a certain level. The clear spring water flowing from the nearby mountain peak was sweet and clear and had great nourishing properties, as if the spring water was not ordinary water, but rather spirit liquid. Purple Star had a total of more than 100 cultivators, but after a great battle, both cultivators found a place to sit down and recover. Soon, they were surprised to find that on this floating continent, their recovery speed was several times faster than normal because the world energy aura here was simply too abundant. All of them were inexplicably excited, thinking that after surviving a great disaster, they were bound to have good fortune in the future, working hard to absorb the world energy around them. Only the strange seven-colored sky made them feel uneasy. The sky was filled with seven-colored mist, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, or stars. It was completely different from where these cultivators had lived before, and this kind of scenery made them feel somewhat at a loss. After a day, most of the cultivators had almost fully recovered. They had also brought a lot of pills with them, and with the rich world energy aura here, their minor injuries were basically healed. Lu Gui-chun of Purple Star suddenly came to Sword Union's side, and, under the hostile and vigilant gazes of the Sword Union cultivator, walked towards Yushi. Perceiving the sound of footsteps, Yushi slowly opened her eyes and waited for him to come closer before asking, "What do you want?" Lu Gui-chun gestured towards the mountain peak not far away and asked pointedly, "Aren't you curious about the identity of that senior?" "So what if I'm curious?" Yushi's expression was indifferent, not showing much interest. But how could she not be curious? Over the past few days, she had been thinking hard about the identity of this old man, but she couldn't come up with any clues. She believed that Lu Gui-chun was also thinking about the same problem, and him coming to find her was the best explanation. The black flag used by that senior shouldn't be a nameless artifact, but after thinking about it for 1,000 years, I can't find any artifact similar to that flag used by a master. What do you think? I don't recognize what that flag is either. Yushi shook her head, as expected. Then, how about the two of us join forces to investigate it? Join forces with you? Yushi disdainfully curled her lips. Isn't that the same as asking a tiger for its skin? You can't say that. Lu Guichen didn't care. Lu Guichen didn't care, now that your Sword Union's people and my Purple Star's people have all fallen here, and there is a powerful senior here. It stands to reason that we should pay him a visit. You think he's here? I don't know, but where there is a will, there is a way. At the very least, you should inquire about his intentions. This won't be a bad thing for your Sword Union, Lu Guichen persuaded. Yushi frowned and pondered. Lu, you of the sect of this place. Forced by the current situation, she could not refuse Lu Guichen's proposal. So after a while, she gently nodded. All right, I'll go with you to visit that senior. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks this time. You've seen the strength of that senior. I won't act recklessly. Lu Guichen smiled bitterly. Lu Guichen smiled bitterly. A master of that level was almost on par with a star master. Lu Guichen knew that even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be their opponent. Yushi said a few words to the people from Sword Union before standing up and walking with Lu Guichen towards the mountain peak where the old man lived. After the two of them walked away, Hizeo and He Miao glanced at each other before quietly approaching Yang Kai. What happened yesterday made them feel very apologetic, so they had been trying to express their apologies to Yang Kai and comfort him to wait a few days until Yushi recovered so she could help him lift the seal in his body. However, Hizeo was keenly aware that her master didn't trust Yang Kai very much, so she hadn't tried to communicate with Yang Kai in front of her, lest her master's misunderstanding of Yang Kai deepen. It wasn't until now that she found a suitable opportunity. Just as they were about to leave, the cultivator, named Wei Wu, suddenly stopped in front of them and asked with a smile, "Where are two junior sisters going?" Hizeo frowned. "Just walking around." Wei Wu smiled and volunteered. "Big brother will accompany you." "No need." Hizeo looked unhappy and decisively refused. Wei Wu shook his head and said, "Junior sister, Master just said that we shouldn't act on our own accord because no one knows what dangers are hidden here. The two of you are Master's precious pearls. If something were to happen to you, who would bear the responsibility? Let Big Brother accompany you. If something really happens, Big Brother can help you delay it for a while." He put on an awe-inspiring appearance, as if he was willing to sacrifice himself for Hizeo and He Miao, holding his head high and puffing out his chest, pretending to be mature and reliable. "Didn't that senior say yesterday that there was no danger here?" He Miao blinked her big eyes. Who knows if what that senior said was true or false? His strength is profound, so this place probably isn't dangerous to him. But we are different. It is because we don't know the mysteries of this place that Master went to inquire about it with Lu Guichen. "Big brother, tell me the truth. Does Master have some doubts about Yang Kai's origins and identity?" Hizeo looked at Wei Wu with her beautiful eyes. "Why does junior sister say that?" Wei Wu looked surprised. "It's just this feeling. Master gave me the feeling that he didn't want us to have too much contact with Yang Kai, and when we brought Yang Kai here yesterday, Master seemed to have done something to him," Hizeo said bluntly, recalling Yang Kai's frightened and angry appearance at that time. If Master hadn't secretly done something to him, he definitely wouldn't have been angry. Wei Wu grinned meaningfully. "Junior sister thinks too much. What kind of character is Master? How could he care about such a small character? Besides, everything Master does is for the good of us disciples. So let's not waste any more time here. If two junior sisters want to go out, please let Big Brother accompany you. I also want to take a look around." "No need. We don't want to go." Hizeo shook her head, returning to her original position with He Miao and sitting down cross-legged. Wei Wu pinched his nose helplessly and could only sit down to restore himself and pass the time. The movements here didn't escape Yang Kai's prying eyes. And although this place was safe for the time being, he was now alone, so it was always right to be careful. In particular, Baya, that cheap slave from Purple Star, was still eyeing him covetously. If it weren't for the deterrence of that mysterious old man, she would have already attacked him. As such, Yang Kai had been paying attention to the movements of the two cultivator groups. He saw Lu Gui Chun and Yushi leave together, and he also saw Hizeo and He Miao come to his side but were stopped by the male cultivator. Although he didn't know the details, he could vaguely guess what was going on. Suddenly, a strange sound came from not far away, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and stare blankly, immediately standing up with a strange expression. He approached the source of this sound. A moment later, he came to a nearby bush and called out, "Shen Tu." Shen Tu's head poked out from the side of the bush and quietly waved to Yang Kai before quickly shrinking back. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and walked over to him, frowning slightly as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Hiding from those people, of course," Shen Tu replied in a low voice, grinning widely. "Brother, it's good to see you again. I thought the two of us were dead for sure this time, but I didn't expect we would both survive. The two of us are really lucky." After saying these words, he began gasping for breath, his face pale. Only then did Kai Yang notice that this guy's injuries from yesterday's disaster were much more serious than his own. There was a pool of blood on his abdomen, and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that something had pierced through his body and then forcibly pulled it out. There were also traces of flesh and blood on his square face, making him look incomparably ferocious. "You're a bit miserable." Yang Kai squatted down. Shen Tu's face became bitter as he shouted, "That's right. I didn't think anything of it before, but now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like I'm a bit miserable. Why are you unharmed?" "It's just luck. How did you end up like this?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "How should I know? When the starship was destroyed, I fell unconscious directly. When I woke up, I found myself here. Fortunately, the starship fragment didn't pierce my vitals. Otherwise, brother would have to collect my corpse," Shen Tu muttered, grimacing in pain as cold sweat dripped down his back. "Didn't you take any pills?" Yang Kai asked, in amazement. Looking at Shen Tu's appearance, it seemed he hadn't been able to recover properly. "My things were snatched away by those bastards from Purple Star long ago. How could I have any pills? Even my artifacts are gone. If I had some kind of artifact, I wouldn't have ended up like this," Shen Tu said angrily. "Brother, do you have any pills?" Yang Kai nodded, pretending to take something out of his space ring, but in reality, he was taking out a healing saint pill from the demon mystic tome. "Oh, a saint pill with pill veins?" Shen Tu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly accepted the saint pill. It seemed that such a pill was also a good thing for him, so he didn't hesitate to swallow it, gasping for breath as he said, "Give me some time. I should be able to recover." "Sit down and meditate. I'll keep an eye out for you," Yang Kai took the initiative to propose. Now that he and Shen Tu were on the same side, it was only natural for him to help him out a little. "Should I stay a little further away?" Shen Tu stared off into the distance with some worry. "If we're discovered by Purple Star or Sword Union, don't worry, they won't dare act rashly right now." "What do you mean?" Shen Tu was puzzled. He seemed to know nothing about the old man who had appeared yesterday. Shen Tu guessed that when that old man appeared, he was still in a comatose state. Yang Kai immediately gave a brief account of the old man's story. When Shen Tu heard this, his expression changed greatly as he muttered under his breath, "Doesn't that mean that old Fogey is at least an origin-returning realm master? No, that's not right. He should be even higher." Muttering to himself, Shen Tu's expression became particularly interesting. Chapter 1002. Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai was stunned. Above the Saint King realm is the Origin Returning Realm, and above that is the Origin King realm. I told you before, every cultivation star has a Star Master, and every Star Master is an Origin King realm master. What was the highest cultivation level of the cultivator on the continent you came from? Third Order Saint. What a low-level continent. I wonder which corner of Star's territory they're located in. Shun Tu spat disdainfully. However, there are indeed many such continents in Star's territory. They don't even have the ability to explore Star's territory, so their descendants can only remain trapped on their own continents, unable to see the wonders of Star's territory. These words resonated with Yang Kai. Thinking back to the cultivators of Tong Xian realm, they were indeed like this. If what you say is true, then why should I hide? None of them dare do anything to me now. After learning the situation, Shen Tu immediately relaxed and sat down cross-legged on the spot, beginning to dissolve the medicinal efficacies of the Saint Pill. While healing himself, Shen Tu chatted with Yang Kai, inquiring about the current situation. He seemed to be very interested in the old man and constantly asked about his situation. That old man, asterisk cough cough asterisk. Why did that old senior pick up so many starship fragments? Shen Tu frowned and pondered, but couldn't figure out why. You'll have to ask him that. Hey, Yang Kai, do you think if we can obtain the protection of that old senior, wouldn't we no longer have to fear Purple Star and Sword Union? Do you have anything that can tempt such a powerful master? Where there's a will, there's a way. Shen Tu smiled mysteriously. Just wait. Once I recover, I'll see if I can help you unlock the seal in your body. You're currently in such an inconvenient state. Yang Kai gently nodded. Although he didn't have much hope, this was still Shen Tu's good intentions. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Shen Tu began to concentrate on his recovery, while Yang Kai could only sit to the side and help him stand guard. About 2 hours later, Lu Gui-chun and Yushi returned, both of them wearing somewhat helpless expressions. It seemed that things hadn't gone well and had returned to their respective camps. Master, what did Senior say? Wei Wu walked up and asked respectfully. Yushi bitterly shook her head. We didn't even see his face. Lu Gui-chun and I were 50 kilometers away from that mountain peak when we sent him a divine sense message, requesting an audience, but he didn't respond. We don't know if he's there or not, Yushi sighed. Dealing with such a mysterious master was really a laborious task. Not knowing his identity, not knowing his origins, and not knowing his cultivation, whether it was Yushi or Lu Gui-chun, both of them had to act extremely cautiously when meeting him this time. But the result was still disappointing. The only fortunate thing was that although this old man looked ferocious and ruthless, and his aura was extremely evil, he didn't kill at will. Otherwise, on this continent, they wouldn't even have a place to hide. We're going to visit him again tomorrow. Let's leave it at that for today. Yushi shook her head and was about to rest when he suddenly called out, Master, what's wrong? Yushi turned to look at her. He pointed to the sky in the distance, a look of fear appearing on her pretty face. That Senior seems to be coming. Yushi's tender body shook as she quickly looked in the direction he was pointing and found that the mysterious old man was quickly approaching them. Her expression immediately became tense as she anxiously exhorted the people from Sword Union while waiting solemnly. Lu Gui-chun of Purple Star apparently also noticed this, and his figure flickered as he arrived beside Yushi, standing side by side with her. The two of them had formed an unreliable alliance. After all, when facing this old man, the pressure they felt was too great. In the blink of an eye, the old man landed in front of Yushi and Lu Gui-chun. Senior, Lu Gui-chun immediately cupped his fists and squeezed out a smile. When the two of us went to pay our respects, Senior didn't seem to be at that mountain peak. Do I need to tell you where this old master is? The old man glanced over at Lu Gui-chun. I wouldn't dare. Lu Gui-chun's expression changed as he fell silent. Good, I came here this time to ask for something from you. Although this continent is rich in world energy and materials, the only thing that annoys me is that there are no rare ores here. The old man muttered to himself. Lu Gui-chun's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, What kind of ores does Senior need? If it's convenient, please tell us. We may have some. Yushi also eagerly looked towards the old man and echoed, "Senior doesn't need to be polite with us." "Of course, I won't be polite with you." The old man snorted and said casually, "Space spirit crystals, do you have any?" Lu Guichun and Yushi, who had been looking forward to taking this opportunity to build a good relationship with this old man, couldn't help wearing bitter expressions when they heard him mention space spirit crystals. Lu Guichun awkwardly said, "Senior, if you want other ores, we may have some, but space spirit crystals, they are too rare. We don't have any on us. If Senior needs them, you might as well return to Purple Star's main continent with me. That place is rich in space spirit crystals." "My sword union also has some," Yushi quickly added. "You want to win me over?" The old man squinted at them, a strange smile appearing on his face. "Senior is too worried. This junior just wants to invite Senior to visit Purple Star's main continent for a few days, if it is convenient for Senior," Lu Guichun hurriedly explained. "Being a guest is fine. This old master also wants to go out for a walk." The old man put on a very amiable look, a trace of yearning appearing on his face, but in the next moment his expression suddenly became cold. If this old master could leave this damned place, why would he ask for space spirit crystals from you? Idiot! Lu Guichun and Yushi both wore dumbfounded expressions, not knowing why this old man suddenly became angry, but neither of them dared to answer casually. "What is space spirit crystal?" Not far away, Yang Kai heard the old man shout and asked Shintu's if it's an extremely precious crystal, or one that is extremely rare and expensive throughout the entire star territory. Shintu explained casually. The space ring in your hand was refined using space spirit crystal as the main material. Space rings were refined from space spirit crystals? Yang Kai was stunned, only now understanding why he had always felt that the material of this ring was different from the demon mystic tome. It turned out that they were two completely different materials. Strange. Why does this old senior want space spirit crystals? Shintu frowned, and listening to what he just said, it seems he has been trapped here for many years. On the other side, the old man cursed and scolded Lu Guichun and Yushi for a while, but he still refused to give up. The two of them could only silently endure, their hearts filled with grievances. "Forget it if you don't have space spirit crystals. Hand over your space rings to me," the old man ordered casually. As soon as the statement came out, whether it was the Purple Star cultivator or the Sword Union cultivator, both of their expressions changed greatly. "Don't worry, I don't want the garbage in your rings. I only want your space rings," the old man added. Lu Guichun and Yushi glanced at each other, not knowing what to do. "Hand them over to me or die," the old man shouted impatiently. "Although this old master doesn't want to kill you, I don't want anyone to disobey me." Perceiving that this old man's attitude was not good, Lu Guichun smiled bitterly and waved to the Purple Star cultivator, asking him to come over and hand over his space rings. Yushi saw Lu Guichun compromise and could only compromise. The space rings were collected by Lu Guichun and Yushi and handed over to the old man. After a short while, the old man had collected over 100 space rings. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered all the things stored in the hundreds of space rings. In front of him, a small mountain immediately appeared. In that hill, there were countless saint crystals, bottles of spirit pills, precious spirit grasses, spirit medicines, rare ores, martial arts secret tomes. All kinds of things were dazzling to the eye, making it difficult to take in. Such a large sum of wealth made everyone's eyes burn with desire. The old man only glanced at those things and didn't have the slightest intention of being tempted. He faintly ordered, "Take the things back yourselves. Behave yourselves. If anyone dares to snatch something that doesn't belong to them, this old man will make them behave themselves." "Yes, Senior," Lu Guichun quickly expressed. "Good. Do you have any more space rings?" The old man looked around for a while before his cold eyes suddenly stared at Yushi's hand and sneered. "Woman, do you want to die?" Yushi clutched the space ring on her hand and said with a bitter expression, "Senior, can you leave one for me to hold my things? Here, you have no use for space rings." Saying so, the old man directly stretched out his hand towards Yushi. Yushi, who was a Saint King, couldn't even summon up any thoughts of resistance before the ring on her hand was snatched away by this old man. Her expression was extremely bitter. The old man waved his hand and scattered the things inside the ring. Sweeping his eyes over them, he was suddenly attracted by a token. Reaching out and grabbing this token, he looked at it for a while and couldn't help calling out, "A star sect command? No wonder you didn't want to hand over your ring. It turns out you obtained a star sect command." A star sect command. Lu Guichin couldn't help muttering, his originally gloating eyes suddenly becoming hot as he stared greedily at the token in the old man's hand, a look of excitement appearing on his face. The looks in the eyes of the numerous martial practitioners also changed. Their gazes were all fixed on the star sect command with burning desire. "Senior, this token—" Yushi pursed her dry red lips, her tone low and pleading. The old man didn't say a word and simply tucked the star sect command into his sleeve. It seemed that this token was also quite valuable to him. Yushi's voice came to an abrupt halt. She knew that now that the token had fallen into the hands of this old man, she would never be able to get it back. Her mood suddenly became extremely depressed, as if she had lost something precious. Chapter 1003. On the floating continent, the old man left, leaving behind a group of Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators, all at a loss, especially those from Sword Union. All of them looked as if their parents had just died, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Yushi's pretty face was twisted as she stared in the direction the old man left, not daring to say anything. Lu Guichin glanced over at her and laughed. "Now that's good. Everyone fought over it, but in the end it all ended up being a wedding dress for someone else." "You dare say that?" Yushi turned her head sharply and glared at him, grinding her teeth. "If it weren't for your Purple Star chasing after my two disciples, they would have already returned to Sword Star with their star sect tokens. They wouldn't have broken into the chaotic abyss, and we wouldn't have fallen here, forced to act according to others' wishes. This is all your fault." Lu Guichen's face became cold. "You're mistaken. The place where your two disciples found their star sect tokens was on one of my Purple Star's continents. Strictly speaking, they belong to my Purple Star. I haven't even asked you for the crime of stealing them. Yet you want to accuse me? Lu Guichin, you'd better remember this. If one day I manage to escape from here, I'll make sure you suffer eternal damnation." Yushi shouted bitterly, blaming Purple Star for the theft of her star sect command. "If you can escape, then we'll talk." Lu Guichin sneered, not caring about her threat as he beckoned to the Purple Star cultivator. "All of you come over here and count the things here. See how much belongs to us. Don't let anyone steal anything else." The several dozen Purple Star cultivator immediately rushed over to the mountain-like pile of supplies. Yushi's tender body trembled slightly as she ordered the people from Sword Union to begin counting. More than 100 people suddenly gathered together and began searching for their own things. A star sect token. It's actually a star sect token. Heavens, it's actually a star sect token. Shun Tu kept shouting, his face filled with excitement. Since the old man took away the star sect token, Shun Tu had become excited and had not calmed down even now. Yang Kai sat beside him without saying a word. When he stopped talking, he asked, "What is that thing? Why does it seem like everyone wants it?" "Of course I do," Shun Tu shouted. "That's a star sect command we're talking about. Once the Stargate order is out, the territory of the Stargate will submit. That is a great killing weapon. If I can get that thing," he muttered to himself as his eyes flickered. He was like a hungry wolf searching for food in the snow as he imagined all the wonderful things that would happen after he obtained the Stargate command. I understand now. No wonder Purple Star. And the others didn't hesitate to enter the chaotic abyss to chase after Sword Union. So it was for a star sect token. Ha! That's right. A single star sect token is indeed enough to attract them to take such risks. Shintu mused. What a pity in the end. It was actually taken away by that old monster. Ha! Now that it's in his hands, I'm afraid it's impossible to get it back. He looked like he was wringing his hands and sighing, as if the Stargate order belonged to him. Just as Yang Kai was about to inquire more about the Star Sect command, he suddenly discovered that the beautiful woman named Yushi was actually quickly walking towards him. He couldn't help but furrow his brow as he became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't feel at ease with this woman. It seemed that because of the treatment she had just suffered, Yushi's expression was quite ugly at the moment. She came straight up to Yang Kai and pursed her red lips, hesitating to speak. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned. Can you return that space ring of yours to me? You saw what happened just now. That old senior took away all our space rings. We don't have any artifacts to store things with right now. It's very inconvenient, Yushi said somewhat awkwardly. Her attitude towards Yang Kai yesterday wasn't very good, and now she had to take back what she had already given him. So her expression was somewhat unnatural. If she hadn't been forced to do so, she wouldn't have done so. After speaking, she quietly stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. If I remember correctly, this ring was given to me by you yesterday, so it's already mine, Yang Kai said with a strange expression. Yes, Yushi nodded, but we need this ring now, so I want to take it back. Rest assured, as long as we leave here, I'll give you a much better reward. I'll definitely satisfy you. What do you think? I can't refuse, right? Yang Kai smiled indifferently. You can refuse. Yushi's expression was indifferent. And since we're still here, even if you refuse, I won't do anything to you. That is to say, once we leave here, what will you do to me? Yang Kai pondered over the meaning of her words. Yushi didn't admit it, nor did she deny it, simply saying, I can help you undo the seal on your body now, allowing you to restore your strength so it'll be easier for you to move around. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. After what happened yesterday, it was impossible for him to allow Yushi to use her strength on him again. Saying so, with a flick of his divine sense, Yang Kai poured out the 1,000 saint crystals from his ring, took off the ring on his hand, and tossed it to Yushi. I just want to tell you that the restoration materials I gave Hizeo and He Miao before weren't for your compensation, but I'll keep these 1,000 saint crystals. Now, we don't owe each other anything. Yushi took the ring in her hand, her expression becoming strange, as if she was feeling a little apologetic, lightly opening her lips and saying, without my help, no one here will be able to undo the seal placed by Lu Guichen. Don't bother. Yushi's pretty face changed slightly as she coldly snorted. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. She hadn't expected that her good intentions would be rejected by Yang Kai. In her opinion, this young man should be grateful. After all, this was an unknown continent, and no one wanted to be unable to use their own strength in this place. This made her a little angry, feeling like she had just been given the cold shoulder. In the past, with her status, how could she speak directly to a minor character like Yang Kai? But now that she had fallen into such a difficult situation, she had no choice but to lower herself. Not willing to waste any more words with Yang Kai, she took the space ring and turned to leave. Brother, do you have some kind of grudge with that woman? After Yushi left, Shin Tu quietly asked, how did you end up provoking her? I didn't provoke her. She was just too suspicious. Yang Kai shook his head, not caring. But she's right. Without her help here, you won't be able to undo Lu Guichen's seal. Even if I restore myself, I won't be able to help you, Shin Tu said helplessly. I'll find a way myself. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. It's really annoying. How do we deal with these 1,000 saint crystals? Just leaving them here isn't good, is it? I have these, Yang Kai said, suddenly taking out a number of small bags. Tossing two of them to Shin Tu, he then picked up one of them and began filling it with Saint crystals. When the fist-sized Saint crystals were placed into the bag, they disappeared as if they had been swallowed whole, causing Shin Tu to stare dumbfounded and couldn't help asking, "What are these things? How come they also have a storage function?" Universe bags, they're used as storage artifacts in our world, Yang Kai casually explained. These universe bags were all trophies he had collected before or obtained from adventures. He had stored them inside the demon mystic tome and hadn't used them much, but this time they had come in handy. That mysterious old man had set his sights on the space spirit crystals, so Yang Kai didn't want to expose the secret of his demon mystic tome. If he wasn't careful, the demon mystic tome might be snatched away by that old man. Right now, Yang Kai could only use these universe bags to deceive them. Shin Tu was amazed, copying Yang Kai's actions and stuffing the Saint crystals into his universe bag, smiling as he said, "Not bad. Your low-level world was actually able to develop this kind of artifact. It seems it's not completely useless. It's just that the space inside is a bit too small." He seemed to be very interested in these universe bags and stuffed them into his sleeve after filling them up, saying, "These Saint crystals are mine. I'll return them to you later." And Yang Kai nodded indifferently. The Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were still sorting out and distributing the small mountain of supplies when Shin Tu took out some Saint crystals from his universe bag and began restoring himself. Yang Kai sat cross-legged next to him and tried to mobilize the power in his body, but his meridians were all sealed and blocked, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength, making him feel helpless. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only immerse himself in his soul avatar and send it into his knowledge sea. Yang Kai was preparing to swallow these spiritual energy first. Several dozen large and small masses of spiritual energy floated in the air above Yang Kai's knowledge sea. These were the souls of the cultivator who had died near him during the recent disaster. Basically, all of them were Saint Realm cultivators, with one of them being a Saint King Realm Master. Yang Kai observed them for a while before gathering them together and beginning to mobilize the power of his demon eye of annihilation. A dazzling golden light burst forth, capable of extinguishing anyone's soul. This was a divine technique cultivated by a great demon god. With a series of sizzling sounds, the balls of spiritual energy seemed to have been thrown into boiling water. A pitch-black mist-like substance emerged from them and was purified. These were the memories and experiences of the deceased before they died. Yang Kai couldn't absorb these, nor did he dare absorb them. Otherwise, his thoughts would become chaotic, and he wouldn't even know who he was. In the blink of an eye, several dozen masses of spiritual energy had been purified, leaving behind only the cultivator's unique insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Among these masses of spiritual energy, one of them was somewhat different. Under the golden light of the demon eye of annihilation, it actually persisted for a while before being purified. This was the spiritual energy of a Saint King Realm Master. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. Looking at it carefully, the nutrients contained in this mass of spiritual energy seemed to be much richer than the others, causing Yang Kai to be overjoyed. Not wasting any time, Yang Kai immediately began to swallow and refine this pure spiritual energy into his knowledge sea, integrating it into his own strength. Time passed by little, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had almost completely refined these dozens of masses of spiritual energy. He found some problems with them. These cultivators' comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao was much deeper and purer than that of a cultivator from Tong Xian Realm. Their comprehension of the use of strength and principles was also far superior to that of a cultivator from Tong Xian Realm. This also meant that the combat effectiveness of these cultivator was higher than that of a cultivator from Tongxian realm because they had a deeper understanding of the use of strength. Chapter 1004. After absorbing these spiritual energy wisps, Yang Kai's understanding of the Saint Realm reached an incredible level, and his control over his own strength became far more proficient than before. The benefits were far greater than this, though, because every time he swallowed the spiritual energy wisps of others, Yang Kai's spiritual energy would increase in strength, enhancing his own spiritual energy. Although the increase in strength 1 or 2 times was small, it was enough to make his soul several times more powerful than any other cultivator in the same realm. The sea of flames condensed from Yang Kai's spiritual energy also seemed to have become more intense. As a result, Yang Kai swallowed the last of these wisps of spiritual energy. However, as he was swallowing one of these wisps of spiritual energy, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, and he quickly stopped what he was doing and stared at it blankly. In front of his soul avatar was a wisp of spiritual energy that wasn't too powerful, even weaker than the others, only at the level of a third-order transcendent. This wisp of spiritual energy was left behind by the chart master named Wu Suo after his death. Yang Kai immediately understood because he had seen Wu Suo explode into a bloody mist in front of him, not even his bones remaining. At that time, in the entire starship's power room, only Wu Suo had reached the transcendent realm, while the others were all saints. The wisp of spiritual energy left behind by Wu Suo after his death seemed to be somewhat different. Indeed, it was only at the level of a third-order transcendent, weaker than the others, but there was something else hidden inside it, something completely different. Yang Kai condensed his divine sense and probed it. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt as if he had left his knowledge sea and was standing in a vast star field, surrounded by countless stars. These stars exuded a charming and dazzling brilliance, some exuding a vibrant vitality, while others were dull and lifeless. Yang Kai's entire being seemed to have become infinitely large at this moment as he stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the entire starship territory. No corner, no stars could escape his eyes. These stars seemed to be driven by some kind of mysterious force and were rotating in a very complex pattern, making it impossible for Yang Kai to grasp them. At a glance, Yang Kai was able to see a certain place at the center of this entire starship territory. Some of the stars there seemed to be particularly bright. Some were as red as burning fireballs. Some were as white as frost. Some had wind energy that had condensed into substance, turning into wind dragons that reached the sky. And some stars were like ancient trees. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's shock. He immediately realized that this unique star field he was seeing was the chaotic abyss he had been lost in before. These dazzling stars and surging energies were all too familiar to him. The first place he entered after coming to the star field was the chaos abyss. He had long since memorized the appearance of those stars in his mind, engraving them into the depths of his soul. It was no different from what he was seeing now. But this one was Yang Kai. Wu Suo's spiritual energy actually contained a star map. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, unable to understand why this was happening, while his divine sense was floating around the star. Secretly observing it, the seawater in his knowledge sea seemed to be evaporating, the water level rapidly dropping, and his spiritual energy draining away at an incredible speed. A tearing pain spread from his knowledge sea to his entire body. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense, only then discovering the changes in his knowledge sea. In this short period of time, nearly half of the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea had been consumed. This tearing pain was a sign of excessive spiritual energy consumption, and it seemed to have something to do with the mysteries of the star he had just spied on. Yang Kai took a deep breath and no longer dared to act recklessly, quickly withdrawing his divine sense from his knowledge sea. His consciousness returned to his body. A cold wind blew, and his entire body felt cold. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his flesh was taut. His body trembled slightly. Shin Tu, who was sitting nearby, stared at him dumbfounded. Seeing Yang Kai's pained expression, Shin Tu couldn't help trying to persuade him. Yang Kai, take your time. There's no need to rush. After all, this barrier was placed by a Saint King Realm Master. You won't be able to break it in a short time. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was trying to break through the barrier left behind by Lu Guichen, which was why he was in such a sorry state. I know, don't worry about me. Yang Kai responded casually, quietly taking out a spiritual energy replenishing saint pill from the demon mystic tome and stuffing it into his mouth, adjusting his breathing to restore his spiritual energy, while pondering. According to Shin Tu, Wu Suo was one of the top 3 chart masters in Purple Star, which was why he was qualified to sit on Purple Star's starship and be responsible for guiding the starship's progress and repairing the star. Such a top-level chart master must have his own unique insights into the study of star territory. In addition to spending a small amount of time on cultivation, he must have spent the rest of his life studying the star. However, this couldn't explain why the star still existed after being purified by the soul-extinguishing golden light. The soul-extinguishing golden light could erase all the memories and experiences of a cultivator, leaving behind only pure energy. This was why Yang Kai had only been able to obtain other people's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, but not their secret arts and secret scriptures. The knowledge of the star could be regarded as the territory that Wu Suo had devoted his life to cultivating, so it stood to reason that it should have been purified. However, it was still preserved in perfect condition. This phenomenon was very strange and had never happened before. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before suddenly thinking of a possibility. This preserved star was not something that Wu Suo had obtained through his own research, but rather something that he had fused with this star during a fortuitous encounter. It did not belong to Wu Suo, so it had not been purified. It was of a higher grade than the demon eye of annihilation. Only this possibility could explain the current situation. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai looked at Shin Tu and said, "Let me ask you something." "What?" Shin Tu looked at him. "How much do you know about that chart master named Wu Suo? Why are you suddenly asking about him?" Shin Tu asked with a strange expression. "He seems to be dead. I don't see him here." "Why? Did you know him before?" "I don't know him. I'm just curious." Shin Tu chuckled. "He's not a beautiful woman, so I don't know much about him, but Wu Suo was a top-level chart master, so I know a few things about him. And it's said that this man came from a small force and his family had declined. He didn't have any extraordinary talent in cultivation and only managed to reach the transcendent realm when he was nearly 200 years old. 200 years old, and only transcendent realm. He really is a waste." Shin Tu knew a lot, so as soon as he opened his mouth, he began chattering away. Yang Kai didn't interrupt him, simply listening to this useless information with an indifferent expression. Right, him becoming a chart master is a bit of a legend. Before reaching the transcendent realm, he was just a small character who no one knew about, but after breaking through to the transcendent realm, he suddenly bloomed with amazing brilliance in the territory of Star Realm. The star chart he drew was extremely accurate and could avoid many potential dangers. He was born on a mainland of Purple Star, and after he became famous, he was recruited by Purple Star. He only became a chart master after reaching the transcendent realm. Yang Kai's expression changed. Isn't that strange? Some people have inquired about this, but haven't been able to obtain much information. However, basically everyone thinks that there should be a very powerful chart master secretly teaching Wu Suo. The reason his cultivation hadn't improved so quickly before was definitely because he had been delayed in studying Star Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a top-level chart master in such a short time. The profession of chart master is too rare, and it takes a lot of time and effort to cultivate one. Every great force in Star Territory has its own chart master training organization, but those chart masters who can be trained are extremely rare. Shun Tu explained with a smile. If you ask a chart master to draw the star chart from one star to another nearby stars, any one of them will be able to do it. However, once the distance is too great, those chart masters will become useless. The star chart they draw won't be able to provide a safe and accurate route. I understand you can continue cultivating. Yang Kai had inquired about the information he needed and wasn't prepared to continue chatting with him. Quickly closing his eyes again, "Hey, you still haven't told me. Why are you inquiring about Wu Suo? Could it be you want to become a chart master?" Shun Tu muttered to himself, letting out a laugh. "I advise you to give up on that idea. Without a few hundred years of immersion and studying the star territory of Star Realm, it's impossible. The things a chart master needs to master are far too complex." Yang Kai, ignoring him, made Shun Tu feel very bored, so he immediately closed his mouth and began silently circulating his secret art. Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea again, and after communicating with Shun Tu, he basically confirmed his previous conjecture. Wu Suo really did become a chart master because of a fortuitous encounter, and that fortuitous encounter was the star chart hidden in his soul. With such a star chart, anyone could become a chart master. The reason why Wu Suo's soul only began to shine after breaking through to the transcendent realm was likely because the amount of spiritual energy required to spy on the mysteries of this star was simply too great, making it impossible for anyone below the transcendent realm to explore it. This was something Yang Kai deeply understood. Just now, after only a stick of incense worth of time, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. If it had been a cultivator like Wu Suo, at most half a cup of tea's time, he would have died from exhaustion. Yang Kai didn't have much interest in becoming a chart master, but he was still very interested in the structure of the star territory and the distribution of stars. In the star field, there were many hidden dangers that even Saint King realm masters would flee at the sight of. Chart masters were a group of people who could detect and avoid these dangers in a timely manner. If he could integrate this star chart into himself, Yang Kai felt that he would no longer have to worry about getting lost in the star territory. He had suffered a big loss in the chaotic abyss and had always been brooding over it, so he decided to refine this star chart. This was originally Wu Suo's fortuitous encounter, but now that it had fallen into his hands, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1005. Back on the floating continent, the people from Sword Union and Purple Star maintained their respective camps, each of them living in peace. Since the mysterious old man came here and snatched the space rings of more than 100 people, he had disappeared for more than 10 days. No one knew what he wanted to do with those space rings, let alone why he wanted to pick up those starship fragments. Yang Kai and Shun Tu formed an alliance and stayed away from the people from the two great forces. After such a long period of recovery, Shun Tu's condition had finally stabilized, and all of his previous injuries had basically been healed. However, because Yang Kai had been meditating all this time, he didn't dare to run around. The people from the two great forces began to inquire about the situation of this unknown continent, and after some investigation, they found that, as the mysterious old man had said before, there was no danger here. They didn't find any living creatures here, as if the mysterious old man was the only living being here before they arrived. While they feared this old man, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy for him. Living alone in such a place with no one to communicate with was indeed a dull and tedious thing to do. Lu Guichen, And Yushi also used their star shuttles to fly deeper into the sky, trying to leave this unknown continent and return to star territory away from this old man. But what made them feel desperate was that no matter how high they flew, no matter how far they flew, they were unable to see the twinkling stars. The seven-colored sky was like a cage that trapped them all on this continent. As time passed, everyone's mood began to become restless. If it weren't for the old man's words before, the two sides would likely have immediately begun fighting. Inside his knowledge, see, Yang Kai's burning spiritual energy wrapped around Wu Sua's soul and began swallowing it. He had been refining this soul for more than 10 days now, but even with the strength of his spiritual energy, he was still unable to completely refine the star. He had underestimated the quality of this star. However, he now saw hope. Wu Sua's divine soul energy had already disappeared, leaving behind only a cluster of twinkling starlight and an exceptionally beautiful star, Atlas. Yang Kai continued to use his spiritual energy to invade the star, leaving behind his own soul brand and engraving his own life aura onto it. The whole process was like refining an artifact. The star began to become unstable. It gradually expanded and became bigger and bigger, as if it could explode at any time. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of uneasiness. His soul avatar flew to the six-colored island and continued to stimulate the power of his knowledge sea to refine the star. A slight noise suddenly came out from the star, as if something had cracked open. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt his spiritual energy madly pouring into the impregnable star, causing the seawater in his knowledge sea to rapidly decrease. Multicolored rays of light exploded in his sea of consciousness. Numerous shining stars shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's sea of consciousness was in turmoil. It was incomparably chaotic, making him feel dizzy and disoriented in an instant. The stars in the sky were like a swarm of locusts, densely packed and innumerable. They continuously flew out from the sea of knowledge and began to decorate the originally empty sky. Slowly, the sky above Yang Kai's knowledge sea became colorful, as if a small invisible hand was arranging the scenery of his knowledge sea for him. Yang Kai fell into a daze. His soul avatar stood on the six-colored island and stared blankly, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. The scenery in his sea of consciousness was undergoing tremendous changes at an extremely fast speed. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the turbulent knowledge sea finally stabilized. At this moment, the scenery in his knowledge sea was very different from before. The six-colored island was still standing at the center of the sea, and the demon eye of annihilation was still floating in the air. Night had fallen, and the sky was covered in a layer of dazzling starlight, as if it was covered in a layer of gauze. This was not an illusion created by Yang Kai's spiritual energy, but a real one. This was the sign that the star and Yang Kai had merged into one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stood on the six-colored island, grinning widely. With a thought, Yang Kai's eyes stared at a certain position in the star field, where several stars suddenly appeared. The stars slowly rotated, and under the guidance of a mysterious force, they moved in the same direction as the stars in the real world. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered among the stars. Witnessing the various mysteries in the territory of the star field, his spiritual energy rapidly draining away. Although spying on this star consumed a lot of spiritual energy, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With such a star in his knowledge sea, he would no longer have to worry about getting lost. He could accurately find the destination he wanted to go to, and he could even use this to become an excellent chart master. Restraining his thoughts, Yang Kai began to investigate his current position. On this star, there was a white dot of light that was constantly flashing. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate this, the white suddenly gave off a strange fluctuation, allowing him to understand that where this white dot was located was where he was now. Yang Kai's expression became strange, because he found that on this star, the white that was actually at the very center of the chaotic abyss, the place where the black hole had swallowed everyone. Whether this star was accurate or not, Yang Kai wasn't sure, and would have to wait until later to verify. So, Yang Kai calmed his thoughts and no longer wasted his spiritual energy. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai immediately heard a low cry of surprise. Following this sound, Yang Kai suddenly found that on Purple Star's side, Lu Shan and Baiyu were holding some herbs and saying something to Lu Gui-chen excitedly. Lu Gui-chen's expression also gradually became excited, his eyes flashing as he took the herbs from the two of them and examined them with rapt attention. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Purple Star's people seemed to have found something incredible. Shin too had been paying attention to the situation over there, and although he didn't hear what they were saying, he had his own speculations. "What is it?" "Saint King Grade herbs," Shen Tu shouted. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. They found them when they were exploring this continent, and there seems to be a lot of them. That old man seems to have said that the world energy aura here is rich, and there are plenty of materials. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. He also said that the only regrettable thing was that there were no rare minerals here. Shin Tu suddenly glanced over at him. No minerals but rich materials. Could it be that this place is rich in herbs? That's possible. Yang Kai gently nodded. Purple Star's people are about to act. Shin Tu shouted again. Shin Tu shouted again, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and look over. Sure enough, he found that the Purple Star cultivator had set off in all directions. A moment after they left, Yushi of Sword Union also gathered her subordinates and anxiously gave them a few instructions. The next moment, the people from Sword Union also set off. Before Hizeo left, she glanced over at Yang Kai and nodded apologetically. Yang Kai smiled lightly in response. These days, he had noticed that Hizeo and He Miao wanted to come to his side several times, but each time they were stopped by a male cultivator from Sword Union. He knew that this was Yushi's idea, so he didn't care. "Yang Kai, let's go find some." Shin Tu was quite tempted. In any case, there's nothing to do here, and the world energy aura here is so rich. The grade of the herbs produced here is definitely not low. Good. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but didn't object. "We can also collect some herbs for alchemy." "You can perform alchemy?" Shin Tu looked at him in surprise. "And just barely. If I can find the right materials, I may be able to refine a barrier-breaking pill that can unlock the seal on my body." Yang Kai nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? It's better to rely on yourself than others. Let's go. I'll take you with me," Shin Tu said as he pushed a Saint Chi and enveloped Yang Kai in it before flying off in a certain direction. All around them were cultivators from Sword Union and Purple Star. Shin Tu and Yang Kai flew all the way. From time to time, they would hear someone laughing and shouting. "Saint King Grade high-rank blue blood grass, such a big piece. Ha! We're rich." "Saint King Grade mid-rank soul calming flower. Come here, there's a dark moon spirit grass here." "Saint Grade high-rank earth emperor fruit. It's not that valuable." It seemed that because the quality of the herbs produced here was extremely high, the vision of these cultivators had become much higher. In the past, although Saint Grade high-rank spirit grasses and spirit medicines weren't too high-end, they were still quite valuable, and there was no reason to ignore them. But now, these cultivators didn't care about these Saint Grade herbs at all. Everyone's eyes were focused on searching for Saint King Grade and above spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Shun Tu's face was bitter as he listened to the cultivators sharing their joy with their companions, his heart feeling like it was being scratched by a cat, fearing that these cultivators would move too quickly and sweep away all the herbs on this continent. "And I don't have a star shuttle. I can't fly as fast as them." Shun Tu flew for more than an hour, but still couldn't find a suitable place to land. Everywhere he flew, there would be cultivators searching. Keep going. Yang Kai's eyes were deep as he stared ahead. Off in the distance, he vaguely saw a jungle. Jungles had always been rich in herbs. How come they didn't discover that this continent was rich in herbs until now? During the flight, Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It had been almost half a month since they arrived here, so they should have discovered this long ago. They were afraid of that old man and didn't dare act rashly before. It wasn't until a few days ago that they began exploring the surrounding area and the sky to see what was happening nearby. After exploring for a while, they made some discoveries. Shin Tu explained casually, his eyes suddenly lighting up. No one should have entered that jungle before. Let's go take a look. A group of two figures flashed through the air and rushed into the jungle. As soon as they entered the jungle, both of them were shocked because the world energy aura here was much richer than elsewhere. Exchanging a glance, both of them knew they had come to the right place. The richer the world energy aura, the higher the grade of herbs produced. Releasing their divine senses at the same time, Yang Kai suddenly pointed in a certain direction. There's something here. Shin Tu looked at him in amazement. Are you sure? I'm sure, because there's a medicinal fragrance in the air. You're not really an alchemist, are you? Shin Tu was surprised. Chapter 1006. Inside the jungle, Yang Kai and Shin Tu moved like the wind, collecting high-grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines one after another. The herbs produced here were all at least Saint grade, with most of them being Saint King grade. Shin Tu's face twisted with excitement. He had never imagined that this continent would be so rich in materials. Almost every few dozen meters or so, there would be a spirit herb that had grown for countless years waiting for him and Yang Kai to pick. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines on this continent were more than 10 times more abundant than on any other medicine star in star territory. The most valuable thing was that they seemed to be in a state where no one cared about them. The mysterious old man's cultivation was profound, so most likely he didn't care about the herbs here. So collecting them wouldn't be of much use, allowing these spirit grasses and spirit medicines to have plenty of time to grow. Shin Tu didn't know much about herbs. He usually only took purifying pills, but even so, he was dazzled by the abundance of herbs before him and couldn't help feeling excited. Under Yang Kai's precise guidance, Shin Tu swept up all the mature herbs he passed. Hey, Yang Kai, come over here and take a look. Shin Tu suddenly called out from the side, his voice trembling slightly, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Kai Yang hurried over and arrived in front of him. He saw him squatting in front of a strange orchid. That orchid exuded a faint fragrance which made people feel refreshed and comfortable. Its pure white petals were overflowing with brilliant colors, making it look extraordinary. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he muttered, 7-colored thousand-knot orchid. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced on this continent were basically the same as those on Tong Xian realm, the only difference being that they were of much higher grade. However, there were many that even Yang Kai didn't know the names of, as they were not on Tong Xian realm. If such a 7-colored thousand-knot orchid were to grow on Tong Xian realm, it would at most be Saint grade mid-rank, but at this moment, this orchid was exuding astonishing energy fluctuations and a terrifying medicinal efficacies that far surpassed Saint grade mid-rank. Yang Kai, what kind of grade is this? Why do I feel like it's different from the rest? Shin Tu exclaimed as he stared at the 7-colored thousand-knot orchid in front of him. According to the Star Territory's classification of cultivator strength, this should be an origin grade herb, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Shin Tu sucked in a breath of cold air as his expression changed several times, muttering to himself, there are origin grade herbs here. Heavens, there are origin grade herbs here. Even in the entire territory of the star, origin grade herbs were extremely valuable, yet they had found one not long after arriving. It was easy to imagine how rich the resources of this world were. Yang Kai carefully picked up the rainbow thousand-knot orchid and placed it into his Qinkuan bag. Deep in his heart, he was a little excited. Exchanging a glance with Shin Tu, the two of them continued to search without saying a word. The floating continent was rich in herbs, so the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were stimulated by these herbs and seemed to have temporarily forgotten their current awkward situation, all of them wandering around like crazy. Whether they could leave this continent or not, these herbs had a huge effect on the improvement of a cultivator's strength. Yang Kai and Shintu also had a huge harvest. The floating continent was not small, and the total number of cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union numbered less than 100. After they scattered in all directions, it was basically impossible for them to run into each other. Thus, they could safely search for herbs as much as they liked. 10 days later, Yang Kai came to a stop. "What's wrong?" Shin Tu was still in high spirits, his eyes shining as he looked around. Noticing that Yang Kai had stopped, he couldn't help turning around and asking, "I've collected enough herbs. I'm going to start alchemy. Are you going to refine the pill that can lift your seal?" Shin Tu asked. But you can't use your strength. How are you going to perform alchemy?" Shin Tu was puzzled. "I have my own way. You can go find the herbs yourself. There's a cave over there. I'll be staying there for the time being. You can find me there." Yang Kai pointed to a spot not far away. When the two of them were walking over, Yang Kai had found a good place to rest. "Good." Shin Tu didn't insist, knowing that Yang Kai was anxious to restore his strength. "Then be careful. I'll go search for a while." After saying this, he left in a carefree manner. Yang Kai identified the direction and headed towards the cave he had discovered before. A short time later, he arrived in front of the cave and used his divine sense to search it. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Yang Kai walked inside. The cave should have been naturally formed. At the top of the mountain, there was a large amount of stalactite hanging upside down. From the tip of the stalactite, there were drops of mountain water filled with rich world energy. Yang Kai took a few drops and drank them, immediately feeling refreshed. The mountain water here was not ordinary. It contained a huge amount of world energy, almost as if it had been transformed from world energy. Anyone who took it would have great benefits, having the same effect as the myriad drug liquid in that it could improve one's physique and enhance one's strength. However, its effect was slightly worse than the myriad drug liquid. Yang Kai went all the way to the innermost part of the cave, found a dry place, and sat down cross-legged. The bottom of the cave was not small, about the size of a few houses. Although the light was dim, this environment gave Yang Kai plenty of room to practice. His physical strength was indeed unable to be used, but his spiritual energy was not restricted. Since a long time ago, Yang Kai had no need to use his physical strength to perform alchemy. With just his conflagrated knowledge C, he could refine any pill he wanted much faster and more convenient than using his Saint Chi. After a long time of alchemy, Yang Kai first found some Saint Great herbs and prepared to refine a few Saint pills to familiarize himself with. Taking out a small pill furnace, he placed it in front of him. Yang Kai wrapped the herbs with his divine sense and released his conflagrated knowledge, C, to condense the medicinal liquid. After a short while, the several Saint Great herbs were purified, leaving behind a rich medicinal liquid. Engraving the various spirit arrays used in alchemy, Yang Kai engraved them into the pill furnace, then poured the medicinal liquid into it to control the heat. Kai Yang was very familiar with this process, so he was very familiar with it. Even if it had been a long time since he had refined a pill, this process had become second nature to him. Not a single detail was wrong, and his precision was impeccable. Gradually, the cave was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the pill fragrance reached a certain level, Yang Kai withdrew his conflagrated knowledge C and waited for a moment before flicking his finger on the pill furnace. A round pill flew out and was pinched between Yang Kai's fingers. It did not form pill veins, which was a bit of a pity, but it was still a genuine saint-grade mid-rank pill. Gently nodding, Yang Kai was very satisfied and put the pill into the demon mystic tome before closing his eyes to restore himself. Refining a saint pill didn't consume a lot of spiritual energy, but it wasn't a small amount either. Yang Kai couldn't squander his spiritual energy at will, so he had to maintain his peak state at all times. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai continued refining. Back in Tong Xian realm, Yang Kai was able to refine saint-grade high-rank pills. At that time, Nine Heaven's Holy Land had gathered a lot of herbs and wealth, allowing him to improve his alchemy skills at will. However, a saint-grade high-rank pill was probably not enough to lift the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. Lu Guichen was a Saint King realm master, so only a Saint King grade pill could break his seal. As such, Yang Kai's top priority right now was to use the resources at hand to improve his alchemy skills. When he left Tong Xian realm, Yang Kai had brought a lot of materials with him. On this continent, he and Shen Tu had also collected many Saint King grade and origin grade herbs. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about materials at all. Time flew by, and Yang Kai immersed himself in the world of alchemy, living alone in the cave. The floating continent, on the other hand, was very lively. The cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union had a huge harvest and was in high spirits every day. However, Lu Guichen was a little unhappy because they didn't have any storage artifacts on hand. Without any storage artifacts, even if they collected herbs, there was no place to store them. This was only a small matter. The most serious problem was that after these herbs were collected, their medicinal efficacies were constantly fading. This made Lu Guichen's heart bleed, feeling the medicinal efficacies of these Saint King grade and origin grade herbs diminish with each passing day. He felt extremely pained every day. He couldn't wait to find that mysterious old man and take back his space ring, but he only dared to think about it. If he really faced that old man, Lu Guichen couldn't even think of resisting. Atop a mountain peak, the mysterious old man wore a nervous expression as he carefully arranged something on a large piece of flat ground. On this flat ground, there were many extremely high-grade saint crystals arranged in rows to form a large spirit array. At the center of this spirit array, there was something that looked like a door standing on the flat ground. This transparent door was made from the fragments of the starship he had picked up before. The two fragments of the starship were both Saint King, grade high rank, so the materials used to make them were also extremely high grade, just perfect for the old man to refine this door. There were no rare ores on this continent, so the old man had been unable to find suitable materials to refine this crucial door. Only the heavens knew how excited he had been when the fragments of the starship fell from the sky and landed on this continent. The frame and base of this door were also inlaid with top-grade Saint crystals, making it look extremely beautiful. A strange energy fluctuation slowly flowed out from this door. Even a character as strong as the mysterious old man didn't dare approach this door casually, as if there was some great danger hidden inside. The old man's expression was ferocious and crazy as he wandered around to make his arrangements, muttering to himself, "Soon, soon, soon." A terrifying light flashed across his eyes, causing all who saw it to shudder. After a while, he suddenly stopped and spread out his divine sense, covering the entire continent in the blink of an eye. The movements of everyone who was active on this continent were clearly displayed in his mind. Grinning strangely, the old man muttered, "Ha, everyone is quite lively. Good, good. This old master is most afraid of lifeless people. This old master has been alone for 2,000 years and can no longer bear this kind of torture. If you all become lifeless, this old master will have a headache. Oh, this little brat is quite interesting." Chapter 1000, and 7. The mysterious old man's cultivation was unfathomable, and with a single thought, the situation of the entire world could not escape his perception. He had discovered something strange about Yang Kai. His divine sense quickly gathered towards the cave where Yang Kai was located. Inside the cave, Yang Kai, who was trying to refine a Saint King-grade pill, suddenly stiffened and opened his eyes, looking up with a dignified expression. Faintly, he felt as if there was a pair of invisible eyes spying on his movements, making him nervous. However, after carefully examining himself, Yang Kai did not find anything wrong, so he couldn't help shaking his head, a look of confusion on his face, wondering if he was being too paranoid. After such a delay, the Saint King grade pill Yang Kai was trying to refine immediately failed, and a burnt smell came from the pill furnace. The medicinal liquids he had worked so hard to condense were all mixed together and could no longer be used. Yang Kai sighed faintly and took out the discarded medicinal liquids from the pill furnace, temporarily not using his conflagrated knowledge see, and instead closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing this scene, the mysterious old man, who was 10,000 kilometers away, took back his divine sense and muttered to himself suspiciously. His senses are so sharp. He believed that with his own methods, it was impossible for this little brat to detect his divine sense, but he was still vigilant. This was clearly an instinctive sense of danger. Shaking his head, the old man no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on dealing with the matter at hand. For a small cultivator like Yang Kai, the old man would not pay too much attention to him. Inside the cave, Yang Kai closed himself up and continued to refine pills. Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed, but he had refined several hundred Saint grade mid-rank and Saint grade high-rank pills, many of which had pill veins. Yang Kai's alchemy skills had greatly improved, and now he was even able to refine Saint King grade pills. One day, Yang Kai took out some herbs from the demon mystic tome with a dignified expression. These herbs all contained rich Saint King grade energy. He was going to start refining the seal-breaking pill. Yang Kai was very familiar with the seal-breaking pill's pill recipe. This was a pill recipe that originally existed in Tongxian realm, and according to the grade of the herbs used, the grade of the seal-breaking pill would also be different. Now that he had chosen Saint King grade herbs, the seal-breaking pill he refined was naturally Saint King grade as well. He didn't have a few of the herbs on hand, but he had found substitutes. Yang Kai was now considered an outstanding alchemist, so changing a pill recipe was naturally not a difficult task for him. Calming himself down, Yang Kai adjusted himself to his best state and began to refine. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. His expression was indifferent, without nervousness or anticipation, as if he was refining an ordinary pill. That was because he had full confidence in refining this pill. He didn't think he would fail. In fact, this was indeed the case. After about half an hour, a light yellow barrier-breaking pill with restrained energy was refined by him. Taking this pill out of the pill furnace, Yang Kai held it in his hand and silently examined it for a moment before slowly shaking his head. This pill was a genuine Saint King grade pill. However, according to his observation, it should only be a Saint King low rank. Yang Kai didn't know if such a pill could unlock the seal. If Lu Gui Chen's strength was also at this level, then there would be no suspense, but Yang Kai estimated that Lu Gui Chen was at least a second-order Saint King or even a third-order. Yang Kai didn't have much confidence. Frowning for a moment, Yang Kai stuffed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and waited for the medicinal efficacies to dissolve. A moment later, Yang Kai's face changed to one of extreme pain. He felt waves of heat surge out from his lower abdomen. That heat wave was like lightning, like a torrent, and suddenly exploded, spreading to his limbs and bones in all directions. His blocked meridians were stretched, and a tearing pain spread throughout his body. Yong Kai grit his teeth and remained unmoved, his divine sense following the flow of the medicinal efficacies to perceive his own situation. Yong Kai clearly saw shackles appear on his physique, each of which contained Lu Gui Chen's aura. These shackles were the seals he had planted. The seal-breaking pill's medicinal efficacies were like a trapped dragon emerging from its lair, using Yong Kai's body as a battlefield as he struggled desperately against these shackles. The whole process caused him unimaginable pain, although the seal-breaking pill's medicinal efficacies were quite good. It was obviously not enough to shatter these shackles and restore Yong Kai's freedom. After repeated collisions, the medicinal efficacies were gradually consumed, but the shackles remained motionless, firmly locking down Yong Kai's Saint Chi and meridians. Half a day later, Yong Kai opened his eyes weakly, a helpless look upon his face. The Saint King grade low-rank seal-breaking pill really didn't work. However, with his current means, the best he could do was refine a pill of this grade. It wasn't a matter of materials, nor was it a matter of skill, but rather a matter of his cultivation realm. Yong Kai was only a first-order saint right now. Being able to refine a pill a great realm above him was already a manifestation of his skill. If he wanted to refine a higher-grade pill, he would need to improve his strength first. However, Yong Kai wasn't discouraged, and instead his eyes lit up. Just because an ordinary Saint King grade seal-breaking pill didn't work didn't mean that a seal-breaking pill that formed pill veins would be the same. Once a pill formed pill veins, the efficacy of the pill would increase by at least 2 times or even more. As long as he could refine a seal-breaking pill that formed pill veins, he was confident he could break this seal. Yong Kai didn't dwell on his failure just now, and instead used the myriad drug liquid to quickly restore himself before starting again. During this time, Yong Kai had collected a lot of herbs with Shintu, enough for him to refine 4 or 5 seal-breaking pills. Inside the cave, Yong Kai busied himself, producing a seal-breaking pill almost every hour. All of these pills were ordinary and didn't form pill veins. It seemed that it was much more difficult for Saint King grade pills to form pill veins. Yong Kai wasn't anxious, his mood was calm, unaffected by any failure, because even if he ran out of these materials, he could always collect more. In this world where materials were abundant, herbs were inexhaustible. Thinking this through, Yong Kai felt that even if he failed every time, it wouldn't be a big problem. When the 5th seal-breaking pill was taken out of his pill furnace, his eyes lit up and his mood lifted. Lines similar to those of a human's meridians appeared on this pill, causing its medicinal properties to be extremely restrained and its medicinal efficacies to become much more potent. Success! Looking at this pill that he had painstakingly refined, Yong Kai grinned. It had been almost 2 months since his cultivation had been sealed by Lu Gui Chen. Here, he had no one to rely on except for Shintu, who had gotten along well with him, who hadn't been able to help him break this seal. Yong Kai had to rely on himself for everything. Now that he had this seal-breaking pill in hand, a strong sense of excitement and pride welled up in Yong Kai's heart. Yong Kai didn't rush to take this pill, and instead began to restore himself again. Half a day later, Yong Kai popped the pill into his mouth and waited expectantly, worthy of being a pill with pill veins. As soon as the medicinal efficacies began to dissolve in his abdomen, a violent torrent of energy rushed out, the intensity of which was several times greater than the last time. Yong Kai's face flushed red as his blood began to boil rapidly. Enduring the unimaginable pain, his expression twisted as he opened his eyes wide. He noticed that the shackles in his body were breaking apart inch by inch. His meridians, which had been sealed for more than 2 months, finally began to loosen, and his Saint Chi, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to show signs of flowing. Asterisk, ka, ka, ka. Asterisk, the sound of the shackles breaking rang out in Yong Kai's mind, and his Saint Chi began to flow faster and faster as his strength began to recover. According to this situation, it would take less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea to completely break the seal. But at that moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he spread out his divine sense. He noticed that someone had come nearby and couldn't help feeling a little vigilant. While he had been performing alchemy, one or two cultivators had occasionally passed by this place and noticed his life aura, but none of them had entered the cave to cause trouble for him, because no one dared to cause trouble in the old man's territory. But this time, something seemed to be different. After the cultivator outside the cave noticed the existence of Yang Kai, not only did he not go far, he instead walked straight in. Yang Kai frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. Although he wasn't worried about being disturbed here, it was still very unpleasant to have someone disturb him at such a critical moment. Urging the medicinal efficacies even more frantically, Yang Kai sped up the speed of breaking the seal while remaining calm on the surface. A short time later, a ray of light appeared in front of him and a figure appeared. This light was emitted by a strange stone, giving off a soft light that illuminated a large area. The cultivator holding this strange stone walked over to Yang Kai and grinned meaningfully, curling his lips as he said, "I was wondering who was hiding here, so it was you, little brat." As he spoke, the light from the strange stone illuminated his face, giving it a gloomy and terrifying aura. "Are you Hizeo and He Miao's brother?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. He knew this guy. Every time Hizeo and He Miao wanted to come over to find him, they were intercepted by him. Listening to Yushi's words, this person seemed to be called Wei Wu. Indeed, Wei Wu nodded and admitted, "Boy, what are you hiding here for? There's nothing good here." "Nothing. It's dangerous outside." "It is indeed very dangerous, especially for you." Wei Wu smiled gloatingly. "Your cultivation has been sealed by Lu Guichin, right? How pitiful. All alone with no one to rely on, you can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable." He ridiculed him, as if he was very happy to see Kai Yang's miserable and helpless appearance. Yang Kai didn't say a word. "Boy, how about I show you a clear path?" Wei Wu suddenly squatted down in front of Yang Kai. "What clear path?" Yang Kai frowned. "You see, in this strange place, you have no one to protect you, and your cultivation has been sealed. Once you encounter some kind of danger, you won't be able to fight back. For example, if someone with malicious intentions were to approach you." He sneered coldly as he stared at Yang Kai. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.